they want to look and be, really excited to be around people. It's actually so physically demanding that they become very drained. And so, they may not be able to stick around for long, and that's okay. And so here are some of the things that we can do. So when we're talking about preparing for energy and how we can kind of, embrace the next several weeks, what we want to do is we want to set boundaries. Number one, it is okay to not attend every holiday party and every, dinner out. You don't have to attend something. Empaths tend to feel like they have to please other people or else they're letting them down. And to an extent, I think as long as you just explain that you're not coming, but thank you for the invite, that there are ways around it without causing an awkward moment, because empaths don't like awkward moments and they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So setting boundaries, and boundaries are amazing for anybody. It doesn't matter if you're an empath or not. Really setting boundaries is something that will help you feel like you're really living up to the expectations that you set for yourself. And when we live up to an expectation that we've set for ourselves, we don't feel disappointed or stressed or lacking. We actually feel validated and we feel like we've accomplished something. So got your boundaries set. So now what? Now you're going to look at how you protect your energy. So you're going to really kind of meditate. You're going to balance out. Maybe you want to ground. Grounding is funny. I'm actually sitting on the floor right now in my living room, and this is making me feel grounded. I feel nice and comfy and cozy. Because actually here in Niagara Falls, Canada, it's snowing right now. So I wasn't about to go outside and stand in the grass. Although, I also found the snow is very calming for me as well. Now, so anything that you do that makes you feel comfortable, maybe it's going for a drive, listening to music, having a bath, all of those things are very clearing and grounding of your energy. And if you're balanced and grounded, you can handle a lot more. And you can probably attest to that. If you've already got, everything snowballing and all of these crazy things going on in your day, it doesn't take much to send you over the edge and cause frustration or stress or, disappointment in your day when you've already got so many things in a momentum. And so if you can balance and clear that out, you can handle a lot more. So when you've got the opportunity, you're going to come home from a large group event, or maybe it's work, or maybe it's visiting one person. It doesn't matter. Whatever your energy has been expended on, you'd like to follow it up with some clearing. So I like to wash my hands with cool water after every connection that I make. It doesn't matter if I'm outside talking to a neighbor, or if I'm at, my local department store, or if I've just finished a reading. I like to wash my hands in between each reading as well. It really clears the energy. And it's a really great fix in a time when you can't actually go for a long bath or a long shower. And so any of those things are really valuable, especially in the holiday season, to kind of reboot your energy. And I think that it's so important that you just say no, just say no, set your boundaries, and then also set time frames for how long that you want to attend a certain thing, or how long that you're going to be able to engage in that energy. If you know that you can only do 3 hours, then when 3 hours comes, even if you're feeling high off the energy from the time, knowing that when you get home, you're going to kind of come down off of that and feel like an energetic hangover, so to speak. Basically, that's you pushing your limits. So kind of stick with it and make sure. Now, you also want to dissolve any cords to any energy that you have connected to. And I'm going to talk about that in later shows and how we can do more of a clearing and a cutting or dissolving of cords very gently. And I am just absolutely so excited to share with you all of these little tips and tidbits that I've learned through the years, because it helps me so much to understand, how are other people experiencing energy? And that's why I love to hear other people's stories. I absolutely love it. And so when they show up and they share this information with me, and I can help people through spiritual growth coaching, the workshops that I offer, I really get so much more out of it than they probably do, to be honest, because you know what? I love learning and I love engaging with people, and helping somebody understand their abilities is like priceless to me. Like it is absolutely priceless, because I understand from a very personal perspective what it felt like to be there. And I'll tell you, I don't take any interaction with somebody for granted. It doesn't matter who you are. When you cross my path, I will learn from you. And I hope that I grow better from it. And so that's why I'm here. And that's why I've decided that I'm going to do light work. And this is what really just gives me the love in my heart to be able to share with you the stuff that I've learned and the information I get. So primarily as a medium, I connect to people who've departed. And so I hold a very, very high ethical standard for myself and how I share information with people's loved ones. So I don't like to rush. I really like to give people the time that they need to hear the messages. I do evidential mediumship, so I like to provide validating key facts about their loved ones so that they know who I'm speaking of. So because of this, this does take a lot of energy out of me, of course, and anybody out there who also does medium type readings. But what I am able to really kind of gain out of it is that I'm giving. So it doesn't matter how much energy it takes and how long the session goes. I really just need to make sure that that message is delivered. And so I really absolutely feel like if you want more information about that and how I connect, then please visit my website at amber-price.com for more information. And I'm going to be talking in the coming weeks about protection of energy, how energy and emotion might be different, because I hear the words, I have anxiety and I feel anxious, or I'm picking up energy. So I really want to separate what those things are. And this is something that I feel like is something that the people in my workshop really, really love. And this is helping them to become more grounded. And so as you approach your holiday season and as you continue to move through fall season, know that you have lots of resources around you and you can reach out at any time, and that you're not alone. You have validation, you have backup. And so thank you so much for allowing me to join this beautiful community on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am so excited to be here and share this information with you. And in the coming weeks, we'll get into really some cool topics and deep information. And hopefully where you are, it's not snowing so much, because right now it's still snowing. So, and maybe next time when I see you, I will be able to share that I have a brand new grandson on the way, because he's due any day now. And so we're anxiously awaiting that. Perfect timing. So thank you so much. And I absolutely want to challenge you to that energy challenge that I gave you. And I'd love to hear your feedback about it.
This is A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Persian medium Fiona is now on avidadvice.com. Psychic Mastermind.
Do you see children in our future?
Yes, of course. I see the building family almost 3 or 4 months.
Wow. I'm wondering if there's any loved ones around.
I feel the energies are telling me about a man. He's tall. He was married before, but it was not a real marriage, because it sounds to be the person cheating on him. No kids around, no brothers, no sisters, your age or almost 3 years older.
I think I might know who this person is.
Okay.
I think I might know who he is, yeah.
Okay.
You may already know of Persian medium Fiona from her radio shows, her television shows, her groundbreaking detective work, and from just about every corner of the web. Only a site with the integrity and the purpose of avidadvice.com could land her. And she's available now. avidadvice.com. Psychic Masterminds.
Well, I finally did it. I opened a 401k.
What? Why? Just wait for the inheritance.
We've definitely got a rich uncle somewhere. We're one call away from the winner's circle at the Derby, dinners with multiple forks, a vacation home in the country, using summer as a verb.
You don't actually think that, do you?
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
This year, firefighters like Fire Chief James Hall will battle wildfires around the country in hopes of containing them. But firefighters can't do it alone.
A single ember that escapes from a wildfire can travel more than a mile, or it can ignite and destroy your home and community.
Get fire adapted. Learn simple steps you can take now to reduce wildfire damage later at fireadapted.org. A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council. Learn more at fireadapted.org.
Sometimes your pain seems overwhelming. If the prescribed dose of your prescription pain medication doesn't bring relief, check with your doctor. Pain relievers are safe and effective when used correctly. If misused, you could become addicted or experience other problems. Take your prescription as directed, and if you need more information about addictions, call 1-800-662-HELP. Do the right dose. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and this station.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Star Radio with Jacqueline Close. Live from soulstar.media. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Star Radio on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome back to the show. I'm Jacqueline Closemore and this is Soul Star Radio on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. So thank you for joining us today. Now I've got a fantastic guest for you. I believe you're going to love her. Her name is Danista Darcy and she's joining us to actually talk about women's empowerment, which is actually a pretty big subject. I was talking about that a couple of weeks ago and I just wanted to go a lot deeper into that. And Danista is a homeopath, a healer and storyteller. Over 35 years of experience worldwide. She has lived and worked in Santa Fe, USA, Europe, London, India, and now Australia. And she has 5 adult children and 3 grandchildren. That's quite an effort, I've got to say. And she currently practices from Byron Bay and consults worldwide. Her main work is with women using sacred medicine, homeopathic potency, astrology, and Jungian dream work. I love Carl Jung, both in private sessions and workshops. And many clients call her the midwife to the soul, and she offers mystical journeys for women to explore and reclaim the divine feminine using these tools of sacred medicine in homeopathic form and dreaming, whilst also utilising the power of nits to sift shadow from gold. I love that alchemical sort of transformation that we talk about, turning gravity into levity and lead into gold. And, you know, we talk about the old alchemy of, these metals being poured into cauldrons. And really it's that sort of thing of, it's more of the energy, the mind, the matter and the emotions. But thank you so much for joining us there, Danista, on the show. And welcome to Soul Star Radio.
Thank you so much for inviting me this morning.
Can you hear us, Danista? Yep.
I can, yes.
Welcome. Beautiful. And so tell us a bit about your journey there. It's quite extensive. You run a homeopathic school and you're entering into a lot more of the Jungian work now.
Yes, I am. It's been a dream of mine to marry the two together for a long period of time. I mean, certainly alchemy affected the way I chose to approach my homeopathy, and over the years as I've worked more with dreams and sacred medicine in potency for women, especially for women, to help them recover their power and to recover the divine feminine, it just keeps growing itself. So it's always new, so yeah, always new.
Beautiful. So tell us, when we're talking about women's empowerment, what sort of things are you seeing when women are coming to you and they're, lost or confused or going through a life change?
Well, I think that there are kind of several initiation moments in a woman's life. One starts with menstruation, one starts when they become a mother, and the other starts later in life. And I think in today's society, which is a very patriarchal culture, women tend to become lost. They're overextended, they're multitasking, they're trying to meet these high expectations, and they're feeling incredibly empty and unhappy and unfulfilled. And of course, because we're like a whole system, the body and, that's housing the soul is a very intelligent system, and it gives us a lot of information about what we need to know and what's right or wrong for us, through not only our dreams, which is a fascinating way of getting under the filter, but also, through our body symptoms and all of that kind of thing. And, these expectations that women are always trying to meet are silent killers of the soul, and women feel incredibly frustrated and impotent, and some of them are just sinking into misery, and, they either end up medicated or acting out and, not all women will recognise that, but some think that something's wrong and they want to go for it. And some of the women that I've worked with are extraordinary women. They're they realise that nature, Mother Nature itself will orchestrate a forest fire to change things. And when things fall apart, they often think something's wrong, but it's that falling apart into chaos that actually calls us to go deeper into what I call the night sea journey, back into the unconscious to locate ourselves. So it's a powerful experience for women to re-enter themselves and start to sift out, who they really are and, what they're here for and what actually gives them meaning and depth in their life, actually. So, yeah, you would know how that feels, Jacqueline.
It's very powerful work, I find, and it's interesting when we sort of talk about going into some of the tantric sort of parts of things and how, if the base chakra is not aligned with the heart chakra, what sort of decisions people are making, like women are making particularly, and what kind of partners they're attracting.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Kundalini Shakti, I've worked a lot with Kundalini energy and Tantra for a very long time in the background. It's not something I push forward in the work. I think that's work you've got to, seek out the right teacher and work with someone very closely with that. But, yeah, it's if it's not running well, then there's just a repeated pattern. And, of course, that's also going to refer back to, the image that a woman has in her own heart of the anemis, and that's usually all mixed up in her shadow material, So this kind of work starts to unravel your own self, out of the shadow, which also contains all the gold, the gold, turning the lead from the back into the gold, which is funny because it's harder for women to own what they're great at. And sorting out what that anemis is, because what happens is that's constantly projected, as is everything, onto the outside, and the same kind of fella just shows up with a different face, so that's very disappointing to a lot of women.
Yeah. I think also some women get into this trap at the end of relationships of going, that's it, I'm never having a man again. And I think the real statement is more, hang on, what's going on with me and how I've maybe not valued myself that has attracted this, systematic over and over thing. Do you find a lot of that with women, that they're able to see that insight?
Yes, they do. And as they start to unravel this, they're much more content in themselves because, we are striving to become whole, and the more that we're whole, the less likely we are to become incredibly needy as women, and less likely to be guided by this patriarchal expectation of, what a woman is and what was that movie, What Women Want, but do women actually really know what they want? What's good for each individual woman in that sense, and they've got to be pretty brave women to kind of dive really deeply, into the oceanic kind of womb of the divine feminine, to find who they are, to find their real beauty. Because I think life without beauty doesn't have meaning, but it's these distorted images of beauty that get sold to women in that expectation. I mean, beauty's everywhere, everywhere. Yeah.
And it's kind of a bizarre beauty. And one thing I used to sort of point out years and years and years ago to women, and still am pointing out, is they'll go to a petrol station, certainly in Australia, and back in the day, you would be heading towards a counter and you'd be confronted by images of, women with barely anything on the magazines. And now it's simply images of women that are very skinny and clothed on magazines, but nevertheless it's this image of you must have this size bust, this size waist, etc., etc. And then right next to it are all the chocolate bars. It's like, here's what you should look like. Good luck. There's the chocolate bars, because you probably feel awful, so go and have a chocolate. That'll add some weight onto the hips, and you can just numb yourself. What sort of things do you think, like you've got food, what other things are people using to numb themselves, I guess, from their feelings? Because with Jungian work, it's about getting more in touch with their real feelings, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if we actually don't feel our feelings, and that's in a context, in a safe place, in sacred space, then we just start unconsciously acting out. So this journey is about undoing a lot of those reference points, that we've been given about who we are as women and what we look like. I think the whole increase in like plastic surgery and lip enhancement, all of that as well is like a whole new kind of distorted way of women trying to refigure themselves. I mean, years ago, I used to see so many young anorexic girls and girls with eating disorders, and it seems to have like leapt into now trying to re-sculpt themselves this way because it's like they're never good enough. They're not. They have to meet this image, and they're never good enough. And now, I guess with the internet and the media being so prominent, this kind of acting out can happen, in a kind of full frontal way on the internet, and that emptiness inside they feel is being filled somehow by so many followers and so forth in that kind of way, So it's as I said, it's tough, but like, when we turn deep inside and we find out who we really are and we're content with that and we're satisfied, then, becoming more whole, we become like more healthy. I mean, it's a long piece of string to undo the patriarchy, which also affects men, as well as women. But in this today, we're speaking about women. So, helping them to find their greater, deeper being. A lot of them will shake that off while they unravel the self and the culture that they've taken on over so many years, So, I mean, my early experience in the 60s and the 70s was, the rebel hippie, and then all of a sudden you're trying to make yourself into something. And when I gave up a very straight career, I was so happy to be taking all the stilettos and the handbags and everything down the op shop, and I felt like I could finally just be myself instead of the expectation of what other people thought I was or wanted to be. And I think all women suffer from that, so yeah.
There's a lot to be said about the issues of high heels. Why heels and men don't, for example. And recently I saw a man walking down Toorak Road with high heels on, with his lovely pinstripe suit, and he looked gorgeous. I've got to say, he had matching swing tags on his mobile phone to what was on his little boot heels. And I thought, well, wow. If you can wear that, that means I don't have to wear makeup, means I don't have to, which I don't have to anyway, but it's what society is telling us. And this idea of and construct of, like, for example, why women's clothing doesn't have pockets, why men have such thin wallets and we have to carry these stupid handbags. So it's this whole sort of, thing that where people go, oh, but society's equal. And it's like, yeah, no. So I
mean, those things are all fun to play with, aren't they? Yeah. And to dress up in every now and then, but it's just that pressure, like that constant kind of pressure to always be. I mean, gosh, I can remember when Mary Quant brought out the first makeup to make love in, which was sold as you can go to bed and make love with this and it's not going to smudge, back in the 60s, and at the time we all thought that was fabulous. And when you kind of think, I just don't want to be this person anymore, I just want to be a little bit more free, you kind of feel incredibly relieved, to be who you are in pure possibility without that kind of restriction. I mean, it's a relative thing in each woman, and, these are like exaggerations, but I think they make the point,
Oh, so. Gosh, yes. So tell us about the Jungian dream work. You're very excited about that, and what does that, how is the process work for people with that?
Well, the way that I like to do it, because my work is really directed at women and self-empowerment, I believe that dreams have so much energy and meaning for us. There's an old saying that a dream missed is like not opening a letter. And the unconscious is providing its take on life and our growth all the time, and helping women to unravel that without flattening it down like, a folded piece of paper, and keeping the dream like a kind of almost numinous remedy to help them unravel themselves and get to the heart of who they are is quite amazing. And I like to often set it up with, obviously having a session with someone is entering into sacred space, but I also like to set them up sometimes with getting the dreams going using sacred medicine, but as in potency, in other words, a homeopathic version of the sacred medicine to kind of kickstart the dreams in that sense and kind of loosen things up, which is much more gentle and revealing for them. And at the end of the day, they're the one that's going to have the real deeper meaning, but it's helping them to learn to understand their own symbols. Symbols are very, very powerful. They're pre-verbal, and they last forever. I mean, a dream that you had 25 years ago can still be relevant and still hold that quality of real numinous energy, and yes, sometimes they can be precognitive dreams as well too, and they can be kind of woven together. And it's a beautiful way of starting to unpack things so that we know where we've got somehow who we are and all caught up in our shadow, and working that out and freeing ourselves from, the ties that have bound us for so many years. And it's been so fascinating as well too, because, after having worked as a homeopath for years, so many people have so many physical symptoms, and, the original state of homeopathy, as was alchemy, related to the somatic expressions that come from the deeper psyche into the body. And people think that things in their body just happen for no reason, but these are also messages. And, a lot of symptoms seem to waft away just using that as they get the realization about the message. I mean, sometimes life speaks in whispers and we ignore it until there's what's called an antiodromia, or an opposite, and something happens outside where the anti's been upped a bit more, if you like, to really get our attention, So helping women to take the time to watch the dream work and to re-enter the dream later. Carl Jung called it active imagination, but it's got its history in the realms of magic and the occult as well, to go back into the scenario and see what happens, or see if something changes at that moment. And when life is pretty tough and people feel like they're in that moment where it's this choice or that choice, to just help them learn to stand in that tension, not either or, but and, because when we can stand in and, something else will happen that releases. And also the important thing is to be able to slow down in this world that's so fast and so hard on our nervous system, and just patient waiting, that I call it patient waiting, just waiting for something to turn. And that feels sometimes, in the dark night of the soul, quite tough, but you find that it will shift, something will shift, and either there's a realization or a possibility is released. It's quite amazing to see it happen, and to see the women kind of get it, it's just to kind of hold them in that space while they get it, So normally if they go for it, they become very, very passionate about it, and they can usually move in and on themselves. They've got a pretty good idea sometimes of, what's going on. So, yeah, we have to remember, the divine feminine energy is quite chaotic, and it's been held back for a very, very long time. And it's very powerful, very, very powerful. I'm sure you've had experiences of that in your life. Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been these sort of times where I've sort of, I remember many years ago, and I remember coming up with this fever. And I went, hello, this fever's a bit different. I don't actually feel sick. But this fever, I got, this morning, you need to go up to this particular suburb that I'd had all sorts of trouble getting a red splint. It was very near my mother, and I was needing help with my children at the time, and I'd tried the year before relentlessly, gotten absolutely nowhere with real estate agents who would send me to addresses that were already rented out, knowing they were rented out already, just wasting my time and, not helping. And so here we were a year later, and I'm getting told in the morning, this fever is for a reason, don't go to work. And I went, okay. So I rang up work, sorry, I've got a fever. No, I really did have a fever, but I didn't feel sick. I'm like, this fever is a shift. This is a feeling that's different. I don't feel sick, yet I have a fever. Right, so I got in the car in my work clothes and just turned towards this suburb. And, it was a good 30-minute drive from my house at the time. And I'd gotten up to the real estate agents about 10 minutes before opening, and usually these people didn't open until sometimes 5 minutes after, their 9 a.m. start. And I remember walking in and saying, right, I'd like to see this property, this property, this property. Oh, well, have you seen them out the front yet? And I said, yes, of course I have. I hadn't, and because I was just that up to here with it. I was sick of it, and I hate telling lies, but it was like, nah, I've seen them. And then I went to the other real estate agent. I'd like to look at this property. I'm sick of looking at rentals. I don't have time for this. I don't just started looking. It's just that I had looked a year before, and I was sick of it from a year ago. But, this particular property, it's 10 o'clock, there's a couple going to see it, so you can go there too. And I went, thank you very much. I just, can't keep doing this. I can't keep taking days off work, blah, blah, blah. And so I drove around to this property, and I went, oh, my God, that's the property that I drove past 2 years ago thinking, geez, if I could just get a rental up here, that one sure would be nice. And it didn't have a rental sign 2 years ago when I drove past it. I just picked it out and went, that'd be good. So here I was pulling up to that same house thinking, my God, if I get this, I'm going to be happy, because this was going to be my last ever rental as far as I was concerned. But that was it. I'm done, So I go in at 10 a.m. and the other couple are there, and they're actually opening the wardrobes and looking through the wardrobes and going, oh, it's plenty of space. And they're really, articulately going through and taking a long time. And I'm just walking around putting on the unimpressed face. Because that's what I got in, and I got intuitively put on the unimpressed face, walk through it very swiftly, and then at the very end of it say, well, I guess this will do. It's not really, completely to my liking, but it'll do. And I really can't afford to keep taking days off work. I'm very busy. I'm missing a very important meeting this morning, don't you know? And, I really just need to find a place quickly. It's going to be convenient to my mother, and the children could go to school. It's literally, 1 minute walk to school. And I just, let me know because I understand you've got another couple looking, but really I've got other properties I'm looking at this morning, and then I'm just not going to bother after this. And so that afternoon I was offered that property and I was offered another property from another agent, and then they got into a bidding war with each other, and they actually started dropping the rent, which is unheard of because usually in Australia you're actually bidding to the rent up to get it, that if anything.
Yeah.
So they were dropping the rent. I actually ended up getting $50 a week off the rent on this place that I actually really wanted because the energy, I had just gotten to that point of going, you know what, I'm just going to I had gotten to the point of going, this energy just needs to bottom out, and then the fever happened, and it was like everything broke and moved. And it was literally the next day I was signing the contract. The day after that I picked up the keys, and the day after that we picked up and moved into the house with packing boxes real quick. So it really is that shifting of energy that we're sort of talking about there, that if people can sit in that uncomfortableness rather than having to race off for the next thing or the app or go and do this quickly, soothing through outside mechanisms. And what you're talking about is that self-soothing, that quietening, and that just shutting it down for a while. That's really quite beautiful. Thank you so much for coming on air with us. I'd like to really get you to explain how people can reach you.
Okay, so at the moment, I'm having a new website done, but my email is at the bottom of the show notes, which is denistadevi@gmail.com, and if anybody wants to book a session, they can do it through that. The website will be up next month, and that's called The Night Seed Journey, which explains all the work I do with women using sacred medicine and dream work and homeopathy and the workshops and all of that kind of thing. So, in the meantime, that's probably the best contact as well too. So thank you so much for having me on today. That's been a lot of fun. And,
absolutely brilliant. Thank you for joining me. And what we'll do as well is we're going to put the links up on the Facebook page so people can find. And when your website does go online, do let me know because we'll have you back on it. Okay.
Yes.
And I'll also link your website through the page as well. So that's going to be really good. That's
fantastic. We'll try and get it done before Mercury goes retrograde, which I believe it's about to do very soon. So.
Good old Mercury, that's a whole other subject, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, we could talk for hours about that one. Yep. So, yeah, this is a funny month this month. It's a bit of a I think it's a very heavy month, and there's a couple of respites with Jupiter and Neptune contact. So I'm kind of aiming for that, I think. Very dreamlike. So, but yeah, thank you so much, Jacqueline. It's been lots of fun.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Danesta. It's been a pleasure. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We'll look forward to catching up with you next week. And there's going to be more shows on A1R Radio coming up next, and Moonstruck TV. Catch you next time. In the meantime, sending you lots of love and light. Bye.
Okay. Bye to you too. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Sapphire Souls with Amber Price. Live from amber-price.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sapphire Soul on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. I'm Amber Price from Sapphire Souls here on Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio. I'm so happy to be back this week and ready to go. I hope everybody had a refreshing week full of mindfulness and maybe time to reset. And so today we're going to be talking about some interesting things about the energy in the universe today. This week has been absolutely crazy for the energy that's been just kind of boiling around everybody. And so as I'm doing my light work and I'm seeing clients this week and I'm navigating through my own personal life and all of the things that are going along with it, it is just more obvious that we're in a shift. So last time we met, we talked about how the fall changes things and how we, the trees remind us that as the fall's the leaves lose, oh my goodness, the trees lose their leaves, that we have a time for change. And so basically, this is reminding us that we have to really start to let go of some things. And so when we do let go of these things, what happens? Well, it creates more openness and more opportunity to feel lost or disconnected. And that's necessary. You have to be able to feel something. And what we want to remember is that when we do feel something that might sound negative, it doesn't mean that it's bad or that you shouldn't be actually feeling those ways. And so when you feel disconnected, it really just does remind us to be able to make room for something, see what it is that's knocking on our door, and allow it to come on in. And so when we talk about the spiritual energy of this week's universal energies, there seems to have brought a lot of anxiety for people, a lot of tension, a lot of feelings down. And so when we talk about how we're supposed to navigate through that and really feel like you can still get up and go every single day, it's really just time to self-reflect. And when we are able to reflect, we're able to kind of get a little bit more of a grasp on what it is that the universe is trying to say to us. So today, we're going to talk about our higher self. And our higher self is really just that inner voice that gives you that gut feeling that, oh, I knew I shouldn't have done that, or I was right. And that's kind of the idea that, you follow your gut instinct. It's like when, you were in school, maybe some of you are still in school, which is amazing. It's always great to be a lifetime learner. And your teacher always said, don't change your answer. If you have multiple choice, you pick and go with your first gut instinct. And so this is what we're guided by. Our spiritual higher self is giving us that, compass to guide us. And so when you have time to actually sit in silence or to allow yourself to really spend time doing something that you really like to do, it gives you that time to really reflect on what it is that you might be lacking in your life or what you want more of, and to really set the goals and really achieve them. And so this week we found that the energies were really talking about self-doubt. And so the ego, or the mind, is really supposed to create a very safe environment for ourselves. And so the brain is doing what it's supposed to do, and the ego is doing what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to say, wait a minute, this is way too risky, and I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to put myself out there. And so the brain is doing what it's supposed to do. But through that energy, the dense energy of our mind and of our ego, you have the spiritual soul, the higher self, that's really trying to get through. And it actually isn't that difficult to hear it. We just have to choose to hear it. And so when we do, we are often faced with more doors that are opening, or windows that are opening you get to crawl through. The more you say yes to opportunities, the more opportunities that you're going to get. So the more that you're open to abundance, the more abundance you're going to get. And so it really is a choice. And that choice is really important because you can choose a whole bunch of different things that your life is going to be made up of. And so it may be a mix of choosing to deny yourself of something that you really do deserve. And so how I'm seeing it, and the universe is kind of reminding this week, that the only way you're going to achieve the goals that your higher self needs to achieve here in the physical world, in this human experience, is if you actually take the time to be able to adjust your plan and say, I am no longer going to fear taking a risk, because every single person here on this planet is here doing the exact same thing. And so what happens is, other people might be in our ear and saying like, oh, you shouldn't do that, or, you can't make a living out of something like that. I was speaking to a few people this week in my life coaching, and it's an often said thing to people that, oh, you can't make a living being an artist. You can't do photography. Oh my goodness, what are you thinking? You can't switch your career halfway through your work life. And so basically, challenge yourself to say, why can't I? What's the biggest thing that I'm going to lose in trying? Because I guarantee the only thing that you're going to lose is that dread every day of going through the same cycle, the same routine, the same everything. And so when you actually take a leap of faith and put your whole heart and soul into something, you can never lose because your soul is guiding you. But you can hear that self-doubt, right? So you've got, well, you know what? I make enough money, so I should just be happy with what I have. At least I have a job, or at least my relationship is not that bad, and I should just be grateful for, what I have. So it doesn't matter what it is in your life you're trying to change. If it's deciding to go back to school, you can talk yourself out of it. If it's deciding to change careers, you can talk yourself out of that too. But I can tell you something, and this is from our spiritual team, so our guides, our angels, those that are wise and trying to share this information with us. It is as easy to talk yourself into it and to really follow your life's purpose and your plan. So really try to manifest what it is that you want to achieve. Now, when we're talking about how does our higher self help us? So Amber, how does it help me to understand how I'm supposed to connect to my loved ones more by just deciding to change my job or to make a change in my life in any capacity? And the answer has been given to me. And so after asking the same question, because of course, I've always had these same questions that you guys will have. The answer is, if your energy is consumed with a negative thought, whether it's worry or fear or concern, any of those things cause a very, very dense energy. And so you can't communicate with your higher self. You can't hear from your angels and guides. You can't hear from your loved ones in spirit as easily and as fluidly if you were to actually be living on your authentic path. And so this is getting the fulfillment, the satisfaction, being an inspiration and a leader and really taking control of your life. And so it's really reminding us this week that if you're feeling uncomfortable in any area of your life, you need to make a change. And so this is just kind of like putting those voices in your head aside. Maybe it's not, just the voices in your head. Maybe it's actually friends and family or other people that you've talked to about your goals that they're just like, this is maybe scary or risky. And so the only way that you're going to figure this out is if you actually give it a shot. So we've got today, fall is reminding us to change. So how we would understand if we're supposed to be changing right now is if we're feeling uncomfortable, if we're really, really getting anxious feelings or sadness or feeling of disconnect. And so more and more, we're feeling like this is something that I have to choose to live with. And that is not necessarily the case either. And so when you actually look at what it is that you want to change, then it's easy. You've got, what is my timeline? How do I get there? And you're not alone because you shouldn't ever feel like you need to do something alone. Whether you can depend on someone that is already in your life or whether you find a mentor in your area that you're actually able to depend upon to see how they did it and to join forces with other like-minded people that are able to kind of build this up for you. And then you've got the action. So you've got your timelines, you've got your mentor, you've got your like-minded people, and now you actually need a plan of action. And so what steps are you taking, your personal accountability, in order to make those changes? Because when you're coming for a psychic reading or a medium reading and you're looking for your loved ones or your spirit guides to give you guidance, they're only going to be able to give you insight into certain things, and all of it resolves around if you're able to make the commitment or take that first step. So they cannot deliver things to you that you're not willing to accept or you're ready to take on. So don't forget that when we're talking about, what can you tell me about the future, and how can my family and friends or my spirit guides help me? Well, they can definitely show you different paths. They can light up different ways for you to kind of see things from a different perspective and maybe have some great ideas and insight into this. But it's up to you in your human experience to take those actions. And so the other thing about action is that you really need to change your action in order to actually change how you're feeling. And so when we do get stuck in these ruts, and I'm talking about like getting into the monotonous, like, oh, I've got to go to my job every single day, or I wake up and I do the same thing and it's over and over and over, and I really just can't crack this. And, something must be wrong with me because it's just the same thing over and over, and everything is happening to me, and how come it's all about me, and I must have done something wrong in a previous life, or I'm being punished for something. Those are all ways that your ego is validating your feeling of safety in this rut or in this safe zone that you've created for yourself, because you already know what that feels like. So we already know that it's comfortable here. We may not like it, but we already know what it does to us. And so we stay there. And so what happens is, if it looks like we have to change something, we might actually feel like it could be better for us. But what happens is we've never been there before. So our ego will say, whoa, I don't know how that's going to make me feel. And I already know that this is comfy. So I'm going to stay right here. So the only way to get through that, though, is to make the leap and to actually get yourself out of that situation and into a new situation in order to feel that feeling. And so it's going to take some time to reprogram yourselves, right? Because you've got already maybe days or weeks or years or decades of really having that same role in your life that this thing has provided you. So whether it is the job, or it's the relationship, or it's caring for sick family members, you already know what that role provides for you. And so now you need to trust, what does my life look like without having that in my life? Like, who am I now? And so it's not as simple as, your friends like, oh, well, quit your job. It's okay. Go ahead. You're going to have fun. It's going to be great. Just try. But the other aspects include, really, it's a new routine for you. It's new people. It's a new community, which brings new energy, which you have to adjust to. You have to learn, which takes energy and is very tiring, as you know. And so when you're adjusting or changing your plan and making your goals, make sure you allow time in order to really be able to adjust to all of those things. Because if you're not, you're setting yourself up to kind of get back into that comfort zone, and you might want to bail out and kind of be like, that sucked. I didn't have a good experience, and I really, really feel disappointed because, you know what, everybody was right. I didn't make it work, and so here I am again in the same thing, and nothing ever works for me. And so your spirit guides and your angels and your whole spiritual team are here today to remind you that this week in particular in the universe, it is really, really challenging you to take that leap into something new, or at least to start making the decisions that in your self-aware of what is it that you're actually benefiting from in your current life, and what could you be doing to benefit even more. And so you could have everything already sorted out. You have already taken all these leaps and you're really into it. And you're like, Amber, I've had my goals. I've set my timelines. I've got my action. I'm in it. I'm doing it. I love it. But I don't know what now, because I've been doing this. And now I'm like, I feel like something's lacking still. And so that's how you know you're ascending, because you can't stay in one thing for too long. So recently doing a meditation, I had asked, because one of the things that I find interesting is, here in Canada, in Ontario, some kids are about 17, 18 years old when they graduate grade 12 high school. And at that point, they're really supposed to know what it is that they want to do with the rest of their life career-wise. And in most cases, by grade 9 or 10, they're supposed to be at 14, 15 years old, really setting up what classes they're even taking in order to get to that goal in grade 12, to be able to be connected to post-secondary education to get to that goal. So if you're thinking about the fact that you don't even really know who you are at that point, and who you are at 17, 18, 19 years old is going to be very different than who you are at 27, 28, 29 years old. And so when this happens, you can't expect that you're going to be okay with the one career choice for the rest of your life. So this is something that during my meditation, they really helped enlighten, because what I've noticed in my career as a life coach and a psychic and a medium is that most people are not fulfilled with the job that they're doing because it's not what their soul's purpose is. And so if I know what my soul's purpose is, then I have fulfillment, which equals success. And so when I have a successful life, it doesn't matter how much money you're earning. It doesn't matter how many kids you have or how many cars you have parked in your driveway. You have the energy that's radiating out of you, and it screams satisfaction, fulfillment. It's just radiating like the sun from your energy. So it's really just deciding to know. You can pick your career out of high school, and you can do it for 5 to 10 years. And in 5 to 10 years, if you're starting to feel the itch and you really need to make the changes, you might just have to tweak your area that you're actually in. So if you're already in healthcare, maybe you're going from, one level of nursing to another. Or if you're in law, maybe you're going from, legal assistant to lawyer. It doesn't matter. You could completely switch. You could be a lawyer and then all of a sudden want to open a restaurant and completely abandon law and just completely go into a different field altogether. And this is okay. And so we really have to get rid of that notion that the disappointment is coming along with those changes. People feel like if I make a change in my career and I don't know what I'm doing, or I've been flip-flopping between careers or jobs, that it kind of puts off an energy that, I'm flighty or I'm indecisive or I really don't know what I'm doing. And there's a lot of time and energy and potentially resources that are wasted in going through these ventures. But what actually is being told and taught to us by this is that your soul is challenging you to put yourself first and to put your needs first. And when you do that, you can serve the community, the world, humans around you with much more intensity and like fulfillment and purpose. And so the meaningfulness behind the work that you're doing goes from here to way up here. And so when that happens, you become successful, because if you can get your role in life and really have the passion behind it, that's what gets you success. That's what gets you fulfillment. And so from there, that's when you get to navigate the map of your next part of your life, and it takes you in whatever direction that you want. And so right now is the time to really start crafting up a plan to decide. And I really feel that there are too many people right now that are really deciding to just play it safe and stay where they are and really not rock the boat and really put themselves out there because it's uncomfortable. And so what I say is, it's short-term discomfort. And so if I'm looking at, changing my job, I'm just using careers because this is actually the week in which people are being tested for this. So if I change my job, I might have 3 to 6 months of discomfort. But if I stay where I am guaranteed to have 15, 25, 35 years of discomfort. And so really just kind of weigh it out, because if it's really just a short-term commitment, you're going to get somewhere in the long run. The other thing is that when you want to communicate to figure out what it is that your life purpose is, you don't just have one. Like, people think that it's just one life purpose that you're here to achieve. And sometimes that is true for some souls, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes you might have multiple purposes. And so, for instance, I knew that from a very young age, probably 3 years old, I was meant to be a mom. And so that was just something that I knew. If I could have had 12 children, I probably would have. And so, I joke about that all the time, and I just say I would have just kept going. And so, I also know that I'm supposed to be a light worker. And so this did take me some time to figure out along my career. And so when this comes up, it's not a choice. I don't have to choose to be a mom or a light worker. And I don't have to choose between those things. It's a mesh. It's what I'm supposed to be achieving. And so, so all of you might have this same situation in which you're like, I really love doing this, but I really love doing this, and I can't choose between the two. And your soul is not asking you to. It's not asking you to choose. It's asking you to make room for everything. So, how do you know what your life's purpose is? How do you hear it? How do you get to the point where you feel like you even know that what you're doing, even if you have passion for it, is true? And so this is a few pointers. If you can actually reflect on what makes you happy when you're not being paid, that's your number one purpose in life. So if you absolutely love to garden and you get joy and fulfillment out of it, and you're like, I could work outside every single day of my life. Maybe you're really meant to be in horticulture, landscaping, design, architecture. And so this is something that you kind of have to decide. It might not be the traditional sense of it. You might not be able to think that, maybe I physically can't handle doing this job every single day. Well, why are you thinking it has to be the same as what you're doing? All you have to get to is that industry, to that passion that you have, and create what makes you sing and what makes your soul sing. And so a lot of times the most successful people are the ones that are really taking something they enjoy doing or are very intuitively drawn to do to help other people, and they just started doing it, and it became their career, it became their passion and their life's purpose. And so you don't have to stick with tradition, is what I'm saying. You don't have to be a teacher, a lawyer, a veterinarian, a doctor, a financial advisor. All of those ones are the ones that, even when you do career counseling, those are the ones that keep popping up. There's not usually things outside of that. And when they are, there's a big gap between what it is. You've got the high professional levels of education, and then you might go right down to the very technical levels or lower. And so what we're missing is what's in between all of that, and what can I do to change the way that people see how work in the community is valuable. And so that's a lot of times where people have worked their whole entire life, and they've decided that all of a sudden, what actually makes me proud and fulfilled is by helping others in a very not profitable way. And so sometimes people will dedicate the rest of their retired life to volunteering, fundraising, and working with not-for-profits. And so this is what makes them sing, and they take that and they run with it, and they become very successful for that cause. Okay, so you've got to look at what it is that you enjoy doing when you're not being paid. Number one. Number two, give yourself time. There's no rush. You've already been doing this for X number of days, weeks, years, months. And so there's no rush to get moving in order to jump off a cliff that you don't know there's a net at the bottom. So you always should have a plan. And by saying this, you don't just make quick decisions. You have a plan, you make a choice, you do the thing and execute it successfully. And so when you're looking at this and you're making the plan and you're taking the time to do it, you also need the time to understand what it incorporates. And so you might have to do meditation, going for walks, quieting your brain. Some people love doing dishes or, having a bath. And those things will actually allow you to really successfully hear your higher self. Because when you're talking, you're not listening. And when you're not listening, you're missing cues that are extremely important. They might be giving you information like, okay, don't take this job, even though you're being offered it doesn't feel right. And the panic sets in. Oh man, I need any job, so I'm just going to take this, even though you knew right away, your soul was saying, this does not feel good to me. So number three, feel what you feel. trust your instincts, trust your gut, go back to that, listen to yourself, listen to your higher self, because it knows exactly where you're supposed to be. And then you might have those feelings of deja vu. So all of a sudden you're sitting in this job you absolutely love and you took it and you're so happy, and you're in maybe in a board meeting or something, and you're like, whoa, I've had this happen before. This is deja vu. This is your soul's way of saying, you did it, you're on the right path, you got here, you did it. But not at all does it mean that in 6 months, you're actually not going to change this, that this is something that you're stuck in. You're always evolving, you're always changing, you're always moving. And you can attest to that because technology is always changing and moving and grooving, and we're always keeping up with technology. So trust yourself, trust the plan, really just think of yourself as, what is my higher self doing? Is it programmed like, a computer technology piece? And so so often we need to update this, and we need to really just kind of allow a download and an update. And so when you're doing all of these things, I want you just to trust in the process. Work with hearing your higher self this week. And so when you do that, you're going to be able to really hone in on what it is that your soul desires. And that's what life is. It's fulfillment and finding what you can do to contribute to the community. I am so excited to be able to bring this message to you. Thank you to Moonstruck TV. See you next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Ask Rebecca radio show with Rebecca Russo. Live from AskRebecca.guru. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Ask Rebecca radio show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope everyone enjoyed their Thanksgiving Day and some time off with family and friends. And hopefully, maybe some of you braved the Friday after to go shopping. I did not. But if you did, hopefully you found some good sales. So it has been a wild 2 weeks and lots of things happening energetically. We are really getting into the thick of things. It's preparing us for the very intense year of 2020. And some of the things that you may have experienced these last 2 weeks are things like electronic issues, Wi-Fi issues, petty arguments, maybe some ego flare-ups, friends and lovers not getting along, stomach issues, headaches, vertigo and dizziness, maybe some family fighting, diagnosis of disease or illness, bad colds and flu, some skin issues, insecurity, and probably plenty of other things that I didn't mention that might fall a little more on the negative spectrum. However, there was also a lot of positive things that were happening. You know, people were getting together with family and friends, and everybody was getting along. There was a lot of love. There was a lot of feel-good energy around. Maybe you hung out with some friends. I had a friend come into town from San Francisco, so that was a good time to catch up with her. So there's been a lot of positive things that have happened as well. Today is the first day of galactic activation portals opening up, and these days, it begins today, and you'll basically have a galactic portal opening every single day up until December 14th. So it's 9 days, and these 9 days are gateways that allow you to tap into expanded states of consciousness and amplify your awareness of energy flows and information exchange. In short, it's basically your DNA is being activated again, and whatever needs to blossom within you will, and whatever needs to be removed from your personal matrix will be removed through a series of challenges to help you become aware of and purge that junk, right? The stuff that you just don't need anymore. And, what will you let go of for a new cycle to begin? For some of you, I do feel like it could be the death of the ego. And that could be challenging. It can be quite challenging to let go of that because it resides deep within fear and is a master of deception. And unfortunately, we put our egos in charge instead of our hearts, right? So the ego is just meant to be a tool to assist us with our lives, but not actually run our lives. And right now, a lot of us allow the ego to basically run the show. Quick admin note before I get into the weekly intuitive messages. I'm holding a psychic development workshop this Saturday, December 7th at 12 p.m. If you've been interested in how to connect with your own intuition, or maybe you've been trying to figure out what your gifts and abilities may be, we all have them, then this is the class for you. I'll go over the different types. I'm going to get into how you can recognize your own intuition and recognize when you're connecting with something else. And if you, it's basically, if you're interested, this is a basic beginner's course, and I'm offering it at a discounted rate of $37.50. can participate live online from the comfort of your own home, or if you can't make it live, you'll be able to have access to the recorded version at your convenience at any time that you want. The course will be interactive. I've got a couple of ideas on how I want to kind of help you figure out and test your intuition and your abilities in real time. And you can find a link for more info and to register on my Facebook, Instagram, and the description box of the recorded version of this show tomorrow on YouTube. Or you can shoot me a text at 407-374-3133, and I'll text you the link. Don't miss out on the special pricing, and I would love to have you join. All right, let's get into what you can expect from tonight, December 5th through to December 12th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes. This week we have energies flaring up that could have you comparing yourself to others, or maybe you're wanting what others have. It could also show up as a feeling that you're missing out, right? FOMO. You may get triggered with jealousy and envy when something good happens for someone in your life. And you could also be on the receiving end of this energy. So maybe you're not the one that's comparing yourself to others or wanting what others have, or feeling like the grass is greener and you're missing out on everything. You could be the brunt of that energy coming from someone else. Now, for some of you, this will manifest in a more positive way, where you're finally letting go of that sort of stuff, right? It doesn't phase you anymore in your life. You're not worried about what other people have. You're focused on yourself and you're confident in who you are. And because you're transitioning really well into this side of yourself, you end up taking a leap of faith to something great for yourself, which I think, there's some opportunities I feel coming your way. Many of you will be overcoming fears this week. Granted, I do feel like this may first show up as a feeling where you're feeling fearful about something, or maybe you're feeling afraid to make a decision, or feel, anxious about something, or afraid to speak up. Maybe there's something you want to say to someone, but you're afraid to do it. Whatever it is, I think, you'll first experience it through the emotions and feelings of fear, but thankfully the end result will be you tapping into your courage and making moves beyond your fears. So you're overcoming them, which is a great thing. Also, because we have these portal activation days, there's a series of events that could happen that lead you to really journey inward and tap into a hidden well inside of you where you are always able to nourish and heal yourself. You don't need anybody outside of yourself. Everything exists within, and when you can tap into that, and it takes a little bit of practice and exercise to do it, but you'll always be able to nourish and heal yourself. And you're reaching down into your depths and pulling something to the surface. It could be courage, it could be love, it could be faith, it could be anything that you need in the moment. But I just feel like everybody's going to start internalizing things a little bit more, and not internalizing in a bad way where you're not expressing yourself, but journeying inward and understanding that everything begins and ends with you. There's also a lot of positive things that will be happening this week. Some of you will see new projects, new prospects, new connections, new opportunities. You'll be feeling hopeful and reaching out to others. You'll begin to have more faith in yourself, and you'll have more faith that your needs will be met, and that you'll have the strength and the courage to just see anything through in your life. Some of you may try to let yourselves stay stuck in things that are already done and over with. Don't let that happen. There will be a lot of feminine, supportive energy around you, and treat yourself with loving compassion as well. Don't get stuck in the past. Don't tell yourself the story over and over and over again. We get addicted to pain sometimes, and we'll create and sabotage things so that we can stay upset or be angry or be mad or look for things to be wrong. So don't do that, because the energies right now are so primed to really move forward and overcome things in our lives. Work, for those of you employed, things feel a little bit lighter at work. Again, there's a lot of feminine energy that's around. It's just a lot of supportive energy. And you may get some help at work from a coworker, or maybe your boss helps you with something. I feel like some of you will realize that you do control your destiny, and that you do have choices in life, and that you are more powerful, and you could do anything. So you just may decide to make a change when it comes to your career. Those of you that are looking for a job, I do feel some of you will receive assistance or get hired by, I feel like it's a woman. I keep seeing a light-haired woman, so I feel like some of you will have that happen. And for others, maybe this person leads you to a job or gives you some sort of assistance in some way. Love, for those of you that are in committed relationships and dating seriously, same sort of energy here, where some of you may begin to realize that you don't have to be anything other than yourself in a relationship. And if the relationship isn't working, you just may not be compatible. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? As so many times people think that if we're no longer compatible, that it needs to be this ugly, horrible breakup, or sometimes we outgrow each other, and sometimes we're meant to outgrow each other, and that person only played a certain role in our lives for a certain time period. Sometimes we jump into marriages or relationships and make them permanent when maybe they weren't supposed to be permanent. So, it doesn't need to be a negative thing. If you feel like you're realizing that you're not happy, evaluate that. Talk to your partner about that. My advice is always not to cut and run. Right? It's a lot of times we're not seeing things from the same perspective, and we have different love languages, we have different expectations, we're not communicating properly, we're projecting blame on people. So those are things that you want to change, and instead of just cutting and running out of a relationship, because if you do that, more than likely you're going to end up in another relationship having to work out the same baggage that you didn't work out in the previous one. So why not openly communicate? Why not express yourself? Why not share what your needs and wants and desires are? See if you guys can get on the same page and be compatible with that and make the relationship work. Or you realize, you know what, no, that's not really going to work for me, and that's not going to work for the partner. So we decide to move on, right? No big deal. Those of you that are in happy relationships, I feel like you will continue to be happy this week. It'll be a good thing. Those of you looking for love, the energies are so on point for love coming into your lives that I hope you get out there and date your butts off, right? Like, just have fun. It's only a matter of time, but you have to actively participate, and you actually have to be open to receiving love. So put yourself out there. This month, I just feel like it's going to be prime time. So if you've got Christmas parties that you're getting invited to, or other social gatherings, go, 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 go. Finances overall are stable. This is going to sound really silly, but the more that you become yourself, the more confident you will feel that you can provide for yourself. And it helps cultivate your self-esteem, which in turn then creates more confidence to put yourself out there in different ways and ask for what you need and ask for what you want. And right now, I feel like for this week, look for creative ideas that have to do with feminine energy and women. I feel like there's businesses out there that need to be created, and you could be one of those people that has an innovative idea that may seem silly, or how would I make money off of that? But if you just took some steps, you might actually be able to do that. Health. Some of you are just stuck is the best way that I can say it. I just feel like you're stuck in not being able to get over what someone did to you or something that happened to you in the past. And it's just stuff from the past, right? Things that you're just not wanting to let go of. And all those things are literally haunting you every day. And you're recreating the past in the now and for the future. So you've got to get over it. Let go. It's hurting you by dwelling on the pain. It's an addiction. Set yourself free by forgiving whoever you need to forgive yourself, forgive all of everything, and just really move forward and let go. And you will see that if you do that, your life will become better and you'll start manifesting things that you actually want. If you don't, you're going to end up manifesting some physical stuff in your body. Spirituality, you could have some clairvoyant and psychic experiences this week. Again, the portals and energies are primed for expansion of consciousness, and some of you are ready for a fresh start. So that wraps up this week's intuitive messages. I have tonight's caller. I have Amanda in Lake City, Florida. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm in Orlando. Where's Lake City? Do you know how far that is from here?
That's like about 3 hours. I live by Gainesville, Florida, like an hour from Gainesville.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. So Amanda, how can I help you tonight?
Are you like a medium?
Yes, I do have mediumship abilities.
Okay. I was just curious to see if anyone possibly could come through on that side for me tonight.
Sure. So, the way that I like to do it, I don't like to just kind of open myself up and let a bunch of different energies come in. Is there somebody in particular that you really want to connect with? And what I'll do is I'll invite them into my space and then connect with them. All I need is their first name and the relationship to you.
Yeah, his name is my stepdad, William, and he's my stepdad.
Okay, William, your stepdad. All right. Was he, I feel like I would consider him tall. I feel like he's like right around 6 foot. Does that sound like him?
Yeah, he was about 5'9".
Okay, he feels a little bit taller. Maybe he just has a strong, what do you call it? A strong presence.
Yeah.
Huh?
I have another relative that was really tall that passed away a long time ago, so it may be him.
Oh, did he have, okay, so the person that I'm seeing, to me, they look tall. They look about, like I said, I felt like about 6 foot. And I feel like he's showing me, it's weird because like I feel like he's younger, but at the same time I feel like he's showing me grayish, almost like salt and pepper hair, and I feel like it had some wave to it in some way. Does that sound familiar at all to you, connected to William?
He was 58, so it wasn't too white, but it was in between. Yeah,
it was like salt and pepper, right? Like there was gray with brownish colors in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like a full on head of gray hair, but it was just kind of this salt and pepper. And I feel like he was, I would consider him pretty attractive. I feel like he's an attractive person.
Yeah.
Let me just try to connect with him.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, he was pretty young, as far as I'm concerned, for passing. Did he spend a lot of time outside in the sun? Did he work outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a
because I feel
farmer.
Okay, yeah, because I feel like he's making a joke about having leathery skin. Would that sound like him? Like, would he joke about something? Like, I just feel like he's making fun of, he was outside a lot and people would tease him about like having leather skin or something. I don't know. Just thick skin.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
Okay. Let's see. Was his passing sudden?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't feel like, to me, it doesn't feel like you guys knew he was going to pass away. It was kind of, I mean, he wasn't like unhealthy, but he wasn't the healthiest either, if that makes sense. He's just saying like he kind of polluted his body through food. And was he a smoker too?
Yes.
Yeah. So he's kind of talking about, like he lived he's saying he lived a really good life, a heavy life, a hard life, physical. Like, I just feel like everything was physical with him, like outside, and just a lot of hard work. So did he adopt you guys? Like, I feel like because he's claiming do you have siblings as well, or it's his kids? But I feel like he's claiming everybody as his own. Like when he met your mom, like, I just feel like it was super intense.
Yeah, he had 2 children, and then my sister and me.
Okay.
And then him and my mom, later down the road had a baby. So he has an 18-year-old, or 19 now.
Okay. Yeah, he just loves you guys so much. Like, he just, in his mind, you weren't step anything.
Yeah.
Like, he was very family oriented, and he had a lot of love for you guys, but he was a little, I feel like he was a disciplinarian though. I feel like he had rules, right? Like a lot of, like, I feel like he had a lot of rules of like, I just keep seeing like, did you guys get yelled at for like making sure to take your shoes off in the house? And like, I just feel like he was always making rules and stuff for you, and I feel like there were times where he really like drove you guys crazy because he was, the best way that I could describe it is he was no BS.
Yeah.
Like no excuses. I don't want to hear your pity party or anything like that. But he was a very, very good man. And I think that he really was in love with your mom.
He was. That was, a touchy situation just before his passing.
Is there, did you guys have like a tractor or something?
Maybe it was part of the farm. I mean, he didn't own one. Not that I know. I mean, he had like a lawnmower, but not like a big tractor, no. He drove a lot of tractors, though.
Yeah, I feel like it's it kind of looks like a greenish colored body, kind of like a John Deere tractor or something. And I just feel like he's saying he really enjoyed being in driving the tractor. Like he really enjoyed that. Do you have any specific questions for him? Because he's kind of just rambling about random stuff.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to know, like, what he sees happening in our family. Like, it's just so messed up,
Drama.
Yeah. And I was just wondering, like, if he, if anything was going to get better, like what he thinks, with his son and his daughter, my sister. It was like his daughter. He raised her. I mean, she didn't know her dad, but I have my dad, my real dad, but he was still like, I feel like I have two dads. So,
well, all he keeps saying, he says things can get better, but everybody has to want it to get better. And he's talking about changing tactics, like however you've been handling things, it needs to change in a different way. And partly what he's saying too is, because I kind of feel like everybody's just been at each other, fighting and nitpicking. Like he's kind of saying you guys need to stop and like do nothing, like take no action. Everybody's exhausted. Everybody's like feels isolated and alone in weird ways. And that in order for you guys to come together, you really have to kind of stop, take no action, and then change the way that you're interacting. He's like, you guys just need to confront it and talk about it, but not in a blaming or fighting way. Amanda, I have to go. I only have 30 seconds. I hope that makes sense to you, and maybe you could try that, and hopefully it helps your situation. That's all the time we have for tonight. Thanks for tuning in. I hope everyone has a great week. See you next week. Bye.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights into Consciousness on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R. I'm Anna Olson, your host tonight. Insights into Consciousness, my show every Thursday night at 6:30 Pacific Standard Time here in California. I'm in San Luis Obispo, and then we also have that at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, so everybody can listen all across the United States and the world, and I'm really, really excited to tell everybody tonight about Feng Shui. And I know that everybody now has basically heard about Feng Shui for the most part, but I really want to go into Feng Shui and how it's also an intuitive practice, and how us practitioners, I do Feng Shui, how we go about doing Feng Shui where it's uniquely catered to the person who needs it done or needs a little bit of help with it, because it is a practice that it actually originated in China. It's been around for over 6,000 years. Why would something be around for 6,000 years if it didn't work? Especially from China. Now we know a lot of Chinese healing. It works very well. It's kind of developed around those same concepts of qi and energy and how things work on an energetic level. And these are a lot of things that we know exist, but we can't really show it as well with pictures or with evidence. But if you think of it like radio frequencies, we know that we have cell phone and radio waves that go through the air. Just because we don't see them does not mean that they don't exist. So this energy that we work with, this qi energy, this qigong, or the qi that they traditionally call energy, spirit, intention, consciousness, there's so many different words and terms for this energy. And really in the English language, I'm at a loss a little bit here, because in our language, we don't have a specific word for what they call qi. So that makes it a little bit harder for me to translate exactly what it is. As an intuitive, usually we say this is what it feels like. So I can tell you what it feels like, but I don't know an exact word to label qi as for English. The best way I can describe it is that it is an active energy that we can feel, that we can put out, that originates a lot of the time in thought. It's a way we create with our thoughts and with our intention. And this is why I think so many American families, Australian families need to hear about this. Families in the UK, all over the world, anywhere that you are, not just limited to those countries, but just, this is an Asian practice that we can really benefit from. And what I love about communication in this day and age is that we can exchange so much information at such an accelerated speed. And it makes for a better world, because we're not just tied to our own beliefs and our own ways of growing up and doing things. It's extended to the way that the rest of the world does things, and that really gives us more things in our basket to work with, more tools in our basket to work with, more ways to accept the highest and greater good and universal consciousness. So Feng Shui is spelled FENGSHUI. It originates in China, again, over 6,000 years ago is when it started. It means wind and water. So the goal in Feng Shui is to bring about happiness, abundance, and harmony and peace into our lives. And it works. So I'll go into a whole lot of examples here and there as I go through the practice and the art of Feng Shui. And I'm also going to add that we don't have to follow it because there's so many rules and regulations to feng shui. We don't have to follow it in a way that is just right with following this list of rules that we have to use. Now, we have to start with that because that does have a lot of play in what we're doing here with feng shui, but it is also an intuitive practice. When we use our intuition to study and to incorporate the feng shui into our lives, we really are I would say it's kind of a shortcut rather than kind of going into the study of feng shui in detail, because people can study feng shui for years and years and years. I have been studying feng shui and practicing feng shui for years and years and years, and there is always more to learn, and there's always more to find out and to incorporate into what we're doing. So wind and water. Feng shui means wind and water. The reason why it has been given that name, there's a long list of reasons why it's been given that name, but basically, in summary, it works with energy. Energy acts as wind or water around us and in our space. We know if we have closed windows for months and somebody smokes in the house and there's a lot of, really stale air in a house, we can even have people come in and basically test the air and know that, wow, you're inhaling a lot of contaminants. It's very toxic. You need to open up some windows and air this out. It's the same concept except with energy. We're cleaning out old stagnant energy. We're bringing in new positive energy that actually make changes not in the way we feel and our well-being, but it also makes changes in our lives to attain goals that we have. And we can put these different goals according to feng shui and how we practice this in our surroundings. So not only to remind us, but to also push the energy to that direction of our goals. So I wanted to give some basic rules on feng shui just to kind of give everybody a little kickstart into starting and incorporating feng shui into their daily lives. It works every time. I guarantee it. And the more that you use it, the better you get at it, the better you get in that intuition. It's like exercising a muscle and making it stronger. I've seen it work over and over and over again. Some of the uses for feng shui that you wouldn't even think of would be that it creates peace among residents in your household, in your home. It focuses on aspects collectively of occupants' lives in the home, and it gives attention actively to those issues or goals. It works, and it works every time. So just as an example, when my kids were younger and we were living in a little cottage, it was probably like an 85-year-old cottage that I just absolutely loved and adored. And we had a game room that I left all of their toys in and stuff just to play with, even like video games and all that. It was the place where they would go as a reward, or just somewhere where that they could, kind of get messy and just be kids. So I decided that I was going to try out feng shui on this room. And that's the first time I really tried this out to see if it worked. And I moved everything around. I studied the guides. I used my intuition. I positioned the bed just right. I, put the TV in the right place. And before, when I had this room for the kids to play in, they never went in there. They didn't want to go in there. Their friends didn't want to go in there. I never wanted to go in there. It wasn't particularly messy. It was a typical kids' room, but nobody went in there. When we feng shuied it, everybody wanted to be in this room. Everybody was attracted to this room. The kids played in the room more often. They were more peaceful. They got along better. And when I looked at the bagua, I'll go over that in a minute, I noticed that it stimulated a part of my life in the financial realm, and my finances got better. So that's what feng shui does. That's the purpose behind it. And if you're like me, you may start to think, yeah, right. Okay, so I put some furniture in the right place and suddenly my wealth increases. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. And people have been doing it because it works for over 6,000 years all over the world. And all of the wealthy people, and I know that, basically exist. They feng shui they have people come in and feng shui their buildings before they're built. They have people come in and feng shui it after they're built. People who have a sustainable wealth do incorporate feng shui because it works. It's a little known secret. They don't want to sound crazy, neither do I, but it works. So I always think this is science-based. For work, it can also help you reach your goals. You can start it in the garden and the yard, and then you can flow it into the home. And size, like let's say you have a tiny apartment in New York. If you're living, in a very small space, that's not the most important aspect of it. Since we're all starting somewhere, what matters is what is done with the space that you have now. So that's really important to remember, that you can't make any excuses and say, well, I only have a little tiny room that I'm living in right now. No, it'll still work for everyone every time in any space. So the first thing, though, is that you want to work with good intention and decluttering. So that's the first part. This is like the 101. This is Feng Shui 101 for the people who have never done this and they're just totally new to this. And I really hope that I can go over a few things for people who are basically doing Feng Shui 101, but they want to add some things. So first of all, you look around right now in your room or the yard or wherever it is that you are now. Look around where you are. I'm going to ask you, do you see a lot of clutter? Meaning, is there a corner or a piece of furniture with stuff just piled on it? Clothes, papers, newspapers, magazines, whatever it is. Is there anything, boxes stacked somewhere that you were meaning to go through, and you know that there's some things that you need to throw away in there? Anything like that? You want to sit and kind of think about that. Clutter is the first thing you want to get rid of in Feng Shui. Feng Shui is, the principle is that if air or water were coming in and flowing into your room, let's say your house, through the windows and the door, would it be able to flow around everything clearly and cleanly, or would it kind of like smack into it and it's just pretty much like the stagnant energy barrier? That's what we want to look at. We want to see how it flows around things. If water or air were to, like a big gust of wind, were to come into the house and or the business. This is for offices, businesses, retail spaces. This is for yards. This is for parks. Any space can benefit from Feng Shui. The next thing you want to ask is the room pleasing to the eye? Does it feel good to be in the room? When you walk in, does it feel clear and clean, or is there some weird, like, I can't open the door all the way and it's hitting something? We want to prevent anything from not being repaired. We want it to all be in good condition. We want, furniture and doors to be in good working condition. Anything that needs to be repaired should. And in addition, you want to ask yourself, is the room boring? Is it lacking in interest, or is it lacking in intention? Is it lacking in color? There has to be a lot of creativity and intention in a room, so you don't want it to be too boring either. And then we also you have to remember that we need to subconsciously memorize everything in a room. When we walk into a room and you look around, your subconscious mind is so intelligent and all-encompassing that it's memorizing every item, every single little thing in that room. That is exhausting if, let's say you have a ton of stuff stacked in the corner, like I said, and that is a big stagnant energy block for Feng Shui. You don't want any stuck energy in a corner or on any object, or even under the bed. Even under the bed, that's an issue. Even closets, you need things to be pretty clear and free-flowing. Don't let this overwhelm you, though, when you start out, because there's always the start small scale, and then you can work your way up. And that is what this is about. Our environment is a reflection of our mind. Our mind is also feeding off of what is around us in our environment. It is an exchange. If we start even small scale in our environment and then work our way up from there, there's always the baby steps, and nothing is too small to start with. You're still doing good work if you start out small. So I want to reiterate that again, that you can do it with a small space. You can do it at little baby steps. How do you eat an entire watermelon? One bite at a time. Okay. So we need to subconsciously memorize automatically every object in a room or space. Remember that. So remember that our thoughts and our minds are very powerful, and intention is key in our lives for goal setting, action, and results. So you look at the aspect of clutter. This is always the first step. Clutter is indicative of a stagnant energy around that subject topic in our lives for that area of the room. And this is where I go into the grid. We have a bagua and a grid that we would put over our house. So if you were to look like an aerial view over the building, the office space, the house, wherever you're feng shuiing, you're looking down on it from above, like let's say Google Earth. Okay, you're looking down on it. You're going to first of all locate the front entrance. Now, sometimes that's the front door of the building, retail space or house or whatever, or even the front gate to a garden. We're looking at where the entrance is, where you enter the area most often. Some people park in their garage and they go in through their garage door. That will be your entry space to start your feng shui bagua. And that front door will go directly in the front of the bagua. And I have a grid here that I love because it has these really great little pictures, and they make it very, very simple. This is a great grid from a website that I was on. I just really like that they make it so simple, and I'll mention the name of it later, but this is our basic grid for feng shui. If you could close up on that, that'd be great. This is the basic grid for feng shui and how we incorporate the feng shui bagua and grid into a space. So this could be put over the blueprint of your house, aerial view style. And this here in the front would be the front door, the front entrance that would go here. And you want to make basically the entire thing a rectangle shape over the top of the room, the house, the garden, whatever it is. And for each box and subject here, that will be a part of the room or building or whatever. That's going to be that area. So like, let's say this is my kids' room, which is how it is in my house when I put this over the blueprint of our house. So this is wealth. This is the wealth area. It says the colors are blue, purple, and red, and that it's a wood element. So let me go into what that means. That means that since my kids' room is in the wealth area of our house on the grid, if you put this over aerial style of blueprint of our house, that we could incorporate to improve and increase wealth. We would put in blue, purple, and red and the wood element in that area of the room. We want to work on wealth first. You want to start getting that wealth going. You want to go in and declutter and plan out the feng shui in that room right away. That's where you want to tackle it first. The reason why I go into wealth first, this is Ken Lauer's grid, by the way, for the feng shui. KenLauer.com is a really great resource because they make it very simple for your basic 101 feng shui. So let's say that I go into our kids' room. The first thing that I want to do is reiterate that this is large scale for the house. You can also do this exact same grid on above a room, and you can even do it above scale aerial view for a desk, a tabletop. It can go from very large over the entire property for the grid, and you can keep going more and more detailed all the way into a shelf in your bathroom. Okay, this doesn't just stop at the bedroom or the office. It's for every room, every space, every time. So what you do is you go in, you look at where the wealth area is of the house. You can even go into that room and then make sure you focus on the wealth area of the room. And that can really put some punch and some power into what you're doing and your intention setting in this area. I always go to, the wealth and the income first, because the wealth is, usually basically focusing on the wealth area of the house, like the room from the entrance, and like even a dresser or tabletop in the room to start. It's about starting with your highest priorities first. Usually wealth is the segue or the landing point before we're going to meet a lot of our other goals. So usually people need money to do just about anything, okay? That's the reality of it. So with wealth, the colors are, since the colors are blue, purple, and red, in our boys' bedroom, what I did is I incorporated those colors into the room. We're going to start just stimulating that chi to bring it in, to start stimulating that wealth. And then we put some red accents in there, and that'll help stimulate it even more. Red is a fire color. Now you have to remember all these colors have an element, okay? Red is a fire color, pretty obviously. Yellow, orange, those are all fire colors. That's what you put under something to like really set it on fire. That's what really makes it move. But the blue is also very important to put it into the same space. The aspect of the blue is more of like a water or a soothing element, which sort of counteracts the red so it's not overbearing. So first we put those colors in the room. You can paint the wall. You can put bedding in there that looks like that, pillows, anything you want to really bring those colors in. It should be done in a very calm, meaningful manner, using your intuition as well. And with our boys' bedroom, when I brought in the wood element, I brought in a bunk bed type set that we don't put any mattress under it because that's actually bad feng shui. There's just a mattress on top, but there's this big, massive wooden bunk bed that's kind of elevated, and it's, there's a lot of the wood element in there. There's the blue, there's the accents of red. Purple is another one of the colors, but that is just blue and red mixed. So, but purple is another option if you do, like I say, a girl's room. And, pink is also a nice watered down version of red. So remember that you can play with colors. And then there was the other thing that we really like to do, I really love to do it in Feng Shuiing, is that you can personalize it and add something to the room with the beneficial elements and colors to set more intention and goals, and to make it really start working to make it work fast. For instance, our son was given an elephant name card with it's a little name card in the NICU. When he was a baby in the NICU, they put his name and his weight and everything on it to decorate his little NICU crib, which is really, really adorable. And then his grandmother also got him a little stuffed elephant, and there was just elephants popping up everywhere. And we just really felt like that symbolized our son. He was in the NICU, and he was, really having a hard time for a little bit there when he was first born. So, we kept seeing the elephant everywhere. And it was special to us because we really felt like elephants symbolized our son and his healing. So we can set, let's say, an elephant figurine on a wall shelf and add 2 bigger elephants on either side of it to symbolize a strong support as parents for our child. And then we could add something such as a solid stone, strong and intact, to symbolize stability and a strong bond that can't be broken. So it would be representing strength in this case. So that's a way you can personalize the feng shui intuitively. That's just an example that I can use right off the top of my head to give you an example of what you can do in any space to really start getting that qi flowing, and for the intention to be very clear as to what you want, so that even first it's attracting that qi, and in addition, every time you look at it, you're being reminded of what the goal is, and that's your subconscious. Remember, we memorize everything in a room with our subconscious mind. So that is a constant reminder, whether you're staring at it and thinking about it or not, whether you're fully aware of it consciously or not. It's working all the time, every day. These are things we can do to put in our environment. So with the money area, that's the money area 101. It's basic feng shui. Also, you can start adding simple things such as a multifaceted round crystal to hang in the window in this area, which catches sunlight, or adding coins on red ribbons in the money area of the room. Now, this would strengthen the support you need for fortune. And those are just really little things you can do, like little things that pack a punch for your intention in the same area. So, and it continues to strengthen you in this area, and it attracts energies to manifest your wealth. So this feng shui practice is really to start pulling in those energies and really fully realizing your goals. It's also about setting clear intentions. Now, we know when somebody just sets a clear intention, at least they have an idea of what they want. It's much easier to get something when you know exactly what you want than just kind of floating around and going, oh, well, it looks like we don't have enough money for this, or, that's kind of a careless way I feel to be. And I think a lot of us are trained up to be that way, and to plan less and to just sort of go with the flow more, which can be wonderful in a lot of ways, but this is more of an intentional practice. And I've seen it work when you really need to bring in the big guns, the big positive guns, it's like the good energy. So I've noticed that the closer I get to completing the feng shui work in my own home, and especially when it's completed, it brings our family closer to a place where we can make a decision to move to a better, bigger home, or we can make a move financially. It just usually, it just causes things to move and grow quickly. And by the time we're done feng shuiing the whole house, usually it's time to move to a bigger, better house, or we have more decisions to make. It really opens things up. So I have oftentimes wondered if it's the actual energy or the intention we set consciously, or both combined that does the trick with feng shui. So I think it's both, but it works, and it works every time. I challenge you, not just challenge you, but I invite you to try this. Even a little remedy, you can look at things up online. You want to really make sure you have a nice reputable source for this. But feng shui is very detailed, and a lot of work can be done to feng shui a home or a building. So it's important to use a calm, quiet intention when using this practice, because a rushed, negative, stressed feng shui practice is a feng shui practice that's backfiring, or that will take much longer to work. So the intention is really the most of this. A lot of light, plants, colors, intentional placing of objects, decluttering, really putting intention into what you're doing and why, researching it a little bit, just trying little things here and there. You'll start to realize that this works. Feng shui works, and it works every time. Feng shui is just a label that they use in China for this practice that has been used in all different countries all over the world for centuries. So I wanted to share this with you. If you want to do a feng shui consult with me, I do feng shui consults. If you want to leave it up to me, I can help you with it intuitively, and I can do that work, a lot of that work for you. When I've done these clearings and these intention settings in people's businesses and homes, it's cleared out bad energy and it's brought in a lot of good. And the only thing that we need to be careful of is bringing in too much business at once so that they're too crazy busy.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Divine Guidance with Angel Tuzigno. Live from CrystalClear101.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Divine Guidance on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, welcome to Angel Divine Guidance with Angel Tuzigno. So, you can reach me at crystalclear101.com, or you can email me at cosmicearthangel@outlook.com, or you can just go to my Facebook page, Crystal Clear 101, and healing products. As well as I started a new one, which is Divine Guidance. So if you want to join that group, you're more than welcome to join the group. So the card today that I pulled is Caring and Compassion. That's for everyone listening on the call in the world, because it's just what it is today, because it is Thanksgiving weekend for the U.S. So I hope everybody has a great weekend, and everybody is offering a helping hand, being nice and generous to all that's involved with that comes with Christmas. And by all means, please eat all the turkey you can, because karma is karma. We stuff the turkey, then the turkey stuffs us, and we feel so good afterwards. All right, so I'm going to just go a little more into the self-care and a continuation from the week show 2 weeks ago. Okay, so when I was meditating, I got a little verse and I did some auto handwriting. So I'm just going to read it out to you guys. We are beings who intend to come forth and to continue to expand, grow, and change. What is the perfect age, situation, and time? Well, it's the age, time, situation where we are finally understanding the freedom, and we finally understand that we are free to create. And it's time that we are at our most beautiful, and we see by whose standards. In other words, who gets to decide the perfect time, perfect age, and perfect situation? And we say, rather than determining what the perfect age, time, and situation is, why not decide what the perfect state of being is? And then discovering that we can find the perfect state of being at any age, time, and situation. So it's more looking outside of the box is the message that they're giving. We don't have to follow what we've been taught or brought up or what everybody says, that we have to be in the chute and follow everybody. At this age, we should be driving. At this age, we should be doing this. We have to determine what's right for us and what the perfect time and situation is, okay? Because it's sort of a schmozzle, because humans have just kind of corralled us all. We have to have our time, we have to have our situations, everything has to be rules and regulations. Now, I understand rules and regulations have a place and time, but when it comes to our personal, spiritual self-growth, the only person who knows that best is ourselves, okay? So investigate our reasoning of thinking that we need to accept what we don't fully want because it's good enough. I mean, how many people say that? Well, this is the best I'll ever get. Okay? So this is making us look within. Investigate why we're putting our time and energy from the people, places, and situations that are capable of being loyal, kind, and supportive to us. So why do we choose that things are just good enough instead of choosing the people who support us and nourish us and make us grow and help us expand and help us do self-love and self-worth? Learning how our intuition speaks to us, that's a number one that's a lot of people have to understand. Our spirit, it speaks in many ways, okay? Take note of the dreams and the signals that it sends us. Notice what your body or our body feels like when we are and when we are not in alignment with ourselves. So when we're doing stuff that we really do not want to do, just check in and see how that feels. And then when you're really doing something that you love to do, check in and see how that feels. Because that's all part of growing and becoming the people that we deserve to be. Now, energy is continuous, past, present, future. It all kind of runs at the same time. So we need to investigate our past betrayals or our trust. Take note of the ways in which we have thought of it. Was it our job to mirror the actions of others and do the same to ourselves? So as kids, we see people doing stuff. And as a kid, we say, well, the adults know better. And we tend to mirror the people in our lives that we look up to. So it's important to check in and really see, is that truly what you want, or are you just doing it because you've seen it done over and over and over again? A person needs to realize that we have to be kind to ourselves in the process of learning and how to be on our own side. that takes time and patience to interpret the patterns, the abandonment that we have learned over a lifetime. So, I mean, you look at somebody who is 80 years old, they've learned a lot of things in 80 years. They've seen a lot of things in 80 years. And a person who wants to then undo the stuff that they don't agree with, that takes a while because, I mean, it took you 80 years to get there. I mean, it's not going to take you overnight to change your mind because you've got to reprogram that thinking, that thought, that self-voice, that ego on the left side of our brain, that we have to reprogram it so that we can start working towards what it is that we truly want. And I'm just using 80 years old because I can hear my grandfather in the back of my mind and him telling me that we never grow up and we never stop learning till we die. But now I question him on that because now that I can talk to the other side, learning continues to happen whether our bodies are here or not. We're always learning something. We're always growing. We're always expanding. The reason that we die is our energy, our higher self has grown and expanded to a level that our bodies can no longer contain it. So our bodies just give out, but our energy continues to flow. It just it's not in a container anymore. It's free and it can grow all it wants. So holidays are here, and part of the holidays is we have to take time for ourselves. It's a time where we run, we rush, we're stressed, we get sick. You have to honor yourself. You've got to take time and you got to learn it's okay to say no. And it's okay to be late too. You don't have to be on time. And it's okay to eat a lot of turkey because it helps you sleep, which helps you get the rest to help your body recuperate. All right, so I see we have our first caller. Rotona, did I say that right? Sweetheart?
Hello.
Hi, sorry. I just thought that was a little comment that Dave was giving me in front of, but that's actually the name of your town in New Zealand. So,
yes,
that's kind of sweet.
Although my real name is Sweetheart.
Yeah, how did you get Sweetheart as your name?
Sweet child of mine, Guns N' Roses. My mom, yeah. And she couldn't think of a name.
All right. So your card today was Life Force. Okay. So with that card, that's telling me that you're driven by passion. Okay. You feel your energy, you feel your enjoyment in doing stuff, and you put your whole heart and soul into everything you do and you create. Does that sound familiar?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I'm getting a little bit of my fire alarms are going off here. Okay. So let's see. Are you thinking of changing job?
No, I'm not working at the moment.
Okay. So then you have a job offer coming. Okay. So if you wish to take the job, it is a good match for you. All right.
Oh, massive.
Yeah, because even though the fire alarms were going off and I'm not cooking, that's a miracle. Because anybody who knows me will say, "Oh, Angel was cooking because fire alarms went off." But that went off, and it was like a bell, and they're just showing me like there was going to be a switch in jobs. So if you're not working, you definitely have a job offer coming, and it will be a good one for you. Okay?
Yay.
So what would you like me to do for you today? Do you have anything specific that you would like me to touch into, or are you just going for general?
General, if there's anyone lingering around me.
Yes,
that has
there
passed
is.
on.
Yes, there is. I'm picking up actually 3. I'm getting 2 females and a male. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. And did one of them, before they were passing, did they have trouble breathing? Because I feel like I'm gasping for air.
Wow. Trying to put my finger on who this might be.
It could be emphysema. It could be asthma. It could be a weak heart, because as the heart goes, it sort of builds up with fluid in the lungs and you'll have trouble breathing. So it could be a heart issue as well. Does that make sense?
Kind of. Yeah, I've had a sister who passed, but it wasn't her breathing.
Was she about 5'7", 5'8"?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And she kind of had short, darker hair?
Kind of.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to ask her for something that only you would know. Okay. She was quite chatty, wasn't she? She liked to talk a lot. And she spoke fast. Yeah, because she's like going a mile a minute here. She's just like, teach. Okay. She's talking about a car. Does that make sense to you?
Pardon?
She's talking about a car, like a vehicle. Does that make sense to you?
He had a lot of cars. A lot.
Okay, so this is one that either you or her got a ticket in.
Wow, yes. My car.
Okay, it makes sense. Alrighty. Yeah, she's just showing me the ticket and the car. And if I had to guess the color, I'm going to go that it's more on a darker colored car than a lighter colored. It's almost like you were doing back in the back hills, back roads. Like she's showing me windy roads kind of around the bend and the hills and the mountains. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So who was with her when she passed? She's telling me that when
her kids and her friend.
Okay. She's telling me when she passed, there was somebody with her and they said something to her. Does that make sense? Almost like they were telling her it's okay to go. They made her feel very at ease and okay that she could just go. And that was very important to her because she was holding on. It's almost like somebody wasn't ready to let her go. And she was fighting to not let go. But whoever was with her just kind of, it's like they told her it was okay and it would be okay. And I just get that sort of like, now I'm at peace. So she's very much at peace.
Oh, that's good. That's good to know.
Do you have any questions for her?
Yeah, just if she's all right and if her partner made it to keep house after her.
Yes.
Oh, man, yes. So she got her man back.
Yes. In fact, she was there when he crossed over. She's the one who came to get him. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Is your mom still here? Does she have high blood pressure?
Pardon?
Does she have high blood pressure?
I don't know. Might be. She's the one looking after my sister's kids, so yeah.
Yeah, your sister's bringing it to my attention, so you might want to kind of check in on that, because she's making a comment and showing me a blood pressure cup, and she's using the word mum. Okay, so know that.
Yeah.
Just kind of take a check on that, okay?
Yeah.
She also said to tell you that she's working on getting you the money you asked for. Does that make sense?
Well, with a mother of 3 kids, any money is good for me.
I'm kind of telling her we all need money. If she send it to all of us, we can all use some of that. But no, she's just taking care of you. We're all on our own.
Yeah.
So I think she's the one who's going to be bringing you the job offer. Okay? And I think now that the male has had a chance and he's kind of coming forward a little, I'm feeling like it is your grandfather. Does that make sense?
Oh, wow.
Did he smoke?
Yes. I only met one.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So know that he's with your sister as well. And they're all at peace and everything's good and your luck is changing. Just hold in, okay? Just hold in there that it's coming. You're gonna see around that bend.
Oh, cool. Well,
all right.
Cool.
So
yeah.
Thank you for calling in. And you have a great weekend,
Thank you very,
all right?
very much.
Okay. All right. Billy Joe from Queensland. Billy Joe?
Yes. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Well, I'm not doing too good with the names, but I do know I need new glasses and they are on their way. But I'm doing great. Hopefully you're doing great too. So I pulled your card, which is the phase and cycle card. So that's kind of telling me that you've been kind of having some ups and downs in your life. And oh man, it's been about 2 years. Oh girl, you've been going through a rough time, haven't you?
I certainly have.
Yeah. You've had a few people pass over and you've had a few things just rock your life in the last 2 years. I am so sorry for you. Like I can feel that happening.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Know that. Okay. You have to start meditating and taking deep breaths. Okay. Because right now I'm feeling you're anxious. It's almost like you're very stressed. So they want you to start relaxing, okay? Because the more you concentrate on the bad things happening, the more you're going to create them to happen. I know that's kind of hard to wrap your head around. But everything is energy. Okay? So the more you put energy into the bad, the more the bad will show up for you.
That's true, yes.
Okay? So I need you to meditate and I need you to relax. Okay? I need you to get into a calm state. Even if you've got to jump in the tub and soak in some hot water. And then I need you to start looking for the things that you're grateful for. And the more you think of the grateful things, the more you're going to shift your energy into the positive. The more you're going to shift your energy into pulling in all the good stuff that's coming your way in 2020. Okay? Right. So is there anything in particular that you want from me today, or are you just wanting general?
Well, I do have an awful eye injury at the moment, and I just want to be rest assured that it's going to heal up and I won't lose my vision.
Is that your right eye?
It sure is.
Okay. It's going to get better, but you are going to have some blurred vision because right now I've got, like, I don't know how to feel. It feels like my eyes being pulled to the back of my head.
Wow. Yeah, I've got an ulcer on it.
Yeah. Have you had any type of surgery on your eye?
No.
Are they thinking about it?
I'm not sure. They're just going to wait till it clears up and then they're going to go ahead with whatever they think will be best.
Okay. If they offer you the surgery, definitely go for it, okay?
Okay.
Because that will help improve. Right now, it's just that it's very tender. Like even if I close my eyelid, it feels like I got sandpaper in there. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. That's exactly right.
Have they given you eye drops? Because they're making me feel like you
I'm
should
on
use
antibiotic eye drops, and I've also got a pupil dilator eye drop as well.
Yeah.
And plenty of painkillers.
Yeah, you know what? You're just going to have to bide the time for it to regenerate. Like eyes regenerate and they repair themselves quite a bit. I've had metal stuck in my eyes. I've had sand in my eyes. I've scratched the cornea in my eye. Yeah, I'm, yeah. But eyes do repair themselves. So just know it takes time. And I know it's very painful. So,
of course, yes.
I don't know if they have you putting a patch on it to keep the wind out of it.
Yes.
But if you go outside, make sure you've patched it.
I can't even open it. So it's pretty safe for now, and I just wear sunglasses for now.
Yeah. You're probably going to be looking at a good 4 weeks.
Well, that's okay. It's nearly been 2 months, so 4 weeks isn't much to wait.
Yeah. So just kind of know that you just need to just give it time and rest and kind of watch those corners because they're telling me you've kind of walked into a couple of door frames.
Yeah, I've done that quite often.
Yeah, your sight is not so...
wolves. It's very embarrassing, but lucky my partner takes really good care of me.
Yeah, and when you come to your partner, he is the perfect one for you. He is your soulmate. So
he is. I knew it.
Yeah. So just
that's fantastic.
Give him all the love you can. Yeah. He's a keeper. They're telling me he's a keeper. Now, do you have your mom on the other side?
No.
Or grandmother?
Grandmother, yes. I miss her terribly.
Okay. Know that she's always with you, and she's the one who's telling me he's a keeper.
Oh, really? I knew she would love him.
Okay. Because I was just going to say, she was telling me you'll know exactly what she means by that. So it's almost like she put the two of you together. Like she made it happen.
Wow, that's amazing. Because not long after we met, we went to her grave site and said hello. That's awesome.
And she heard you. Because she wants you to keep talking to her.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She wants you to keep talking to her. She hears you. She hears everything that you do. And she wants you to slow down because you do tend to have a heavy foot, especially around corners. You love speed. You love that. You love going up and down the hills, and you like when your stomach comes up and your stomach goes down. So she's just wanting you to kind of slow down on that.
Okay.
Do you ski?
Pardon?
Do you ski? Like downhill ski?
No, not purposely, no.
She's bringing up something around skiing. So just be careful with the skiing. You might land on your butt and you might be going down on your tushy. She's just wanting you to pay attention to the skiing part. All right?
Okay, so what part, sorry?
The skiing.
Okay.
Okay? Just kind of pay attention to that.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is your time to shine on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. How are you, everyone? I have been on a little bit of a hiatus for the last 6 weeks, trying to recover from a pretty nasty illness and juggling some family turmoil and issues on top of that. So it's been a really interesting few weeks, but I am back and I am ready to talk with you and hear what you all have to say. So we just came off of Thanksgiving week here in the U.S. and, Thanksgiving all about being thankful,
being with friends and family and all the great things that go along with that. And, that brought me to kind of not only what I've been dealing with in my personal life, but then Thanksgiving on top of that made just this great topic to talk about tonight. So as we go through life, we're going to hit bumps and hiccups along the way. Some of them are going to be a little more extreme than others. And some of them we're tearing our hair out. Some of them we slide right through, no big deal. But it's those times when things pile up. It's like, it seems to be like one thing after another, after another, after another. And pretty soon you feel like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders and you don't know how to crawl out from all of this, what seems to be bad luck and negativity. And I personally pride myself on being a very positive person in life. And it takes a lot to get me down. And so when I get to that point, it makes me stop and think about how I need to find more things to be grateful in life. Now that, when you're that kind of far down, is so much easier said than done. I will be the first one to tell you, so much easier said than done. So what do you do when you find yourself in that spot? Because sometime during that peak of your life, you're going to find that. There's just going to be things that go on. How do you cope with that? How do you find the gratitude? How do you come back to that space? And I have to tell you, I had to dig really, really, really deep, probably deeper than I have ever had to dig in my life. And so it really made me aware of some of the things that helped me get through that. Now, what are some of those things, you ask? So, I did a lot of meditation when I could. Now, granted, I was sick a good portion of that time. So trying to meditate was not my thing. But once I kind of got out of that and I was feeling a little bit better, meditation really helped, really helped me get to a different level. Leaning on my friends and family and those trusted ones around us. We all have those people. We all have those trusted people that we would just hold so close and know that they are with us through thick and thin. So lean on those people. And, maybe you don't need anybody to give you any answers. You're just looking for someone to hear you out, just to let it all out so that it's not in you anymore. It's not in your body. You're releasing it and letting that go. And so I relied a lot on my friends, my very close friends, to help me get through that. And I also tried to do what I call, and I've talked a little bit about this on some past shows, ramblings of gratitude. And what is that? So ramblings of gratitude are picking either one thing or a multitude of things that you're thankful and grateful for. They could be as simple as the shoes on your feet. So it can be super simple. You could go into something and you just have to carry the thought for 17 seconds. And if you carry that thought for 17 seconds, you kind of feel a little bit of a lift. If you can carry that thought, or even if you can carry that through your voice and continue to talk about it for a minute, you raise even higher in your vibration. If you can talk about it or think about it and visualize it for 3 minutes, that's when all the manifestation, all the good things that come to you, that's where all that yummy juiciness comes from. So what does this look like? So I'm going to take the example of my car. And you just start by saying, I love my car. I am so happy and grateful for my car. I know when I get in my car, it's going to take me from point A to point B because it's so reliable. I'm so grateful and thankful for my car. I get in it and it's nice and toasty warm after it's been running. And I know that I'm safe and I'm warm and I'm going to get from point A to point B. And I'm so happy and grateful and thankful for my car. I love my car. I love the way the seats feel when you get inside of it and you sit down and you start going down the road. It's so comfortable. It's so plush. I absolutely love my car. I love how I can go put gas in it and it runs just perfectly. I am so grateful and so thankful for my car. I'm so grateful for what it can do. In the summer, when it's hot, I can stay cool. In the winter, when it's warm or cold, I can stay warm. I'm so grateful and thankful for my car. So that's just an example. You always want to start off with, I am so thankful for. You always want to end with, I am so thankful for. Now, some of you are really great visualizers. So you can visualize things in your head. You can see yourself sitting in the car. You can see how it feels. You can see it going down the road. You can see it driving from your house to your office. And that works great. For those of you who don't have that great of, the imagination, that's a hard one for you. You can talk it out just like I did. You can talk it out silently or you can talk it out aloud. Now, voice projection is going to be way more powerful in the universe than just saying it inside and keeping it inside. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't work the same way. You can even write it out. You could write it out on a piece of paper, why you're so grateful and thankful for something. Now, again, I just focused on my car. You don't have to do that. You can be thankful for the shoes on your feet. You can be thankful for your car. You can be thankful for your job. And you can just keep going and going and going. Whatever makes the most sense for you, whatever it takes to raise your vibration and get you out of that space that is not good for you and no fun, because you don't want to stay there for very long. You want to bounce right back out of that. So try that, the ramblings of gratitude. See how long you can keep it going, because as you work with it and as you practice it, 3 minutes, believe me, 3 minutes will go just like that, and you'll see how easy it really is. So if you have any questions about the ramblings of gratitude, how to do it, what it looks like, feel free to reach out to me on Facebook at Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or you can catch me over on, my other Facebook page is Your Time to Shine, or my website is www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com, and I'd be happy to help you get through that process. So now we are going to head to the phone lines. We have Kura in New Wales, Australia. Oh, Lynn, pardon me, I read that wrong. Lynn, good evening and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Good evening.
How are you?
Yes, I'm good, thank you.
Excellent. So what can we do for you this evening?
I would just like to know what's ahead in the next 6 months, please.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part again?
I would just like to know what's ahead for me in the next 6 months, please.
Okay. Perfect. So let me just tune into your guides and see what they have for you. There's going to be a little bit of silence while I tune in here, but be assured that I haven't gone anywhere and I'll be right back with you, okay?
Thank you.
Wow. So immediately my guides are showing me that you are going through a huge transition. It's a very big transition. Hang on, let me see if they can show me exactly what that transition is. They're showing me a crossroad. Do you feel like, or like a split in the road? Are you feeling like you've come to this crossroad and you don't know where you're headed?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So what they're telling me is that either direction you take at this crossroad is going to be okay. They said what you need to decide is you really need to drop down into your heart and think about what it is that's really going to fulfill you in that journey. Because they're showing me that no matter which way you go, it will be okay. One is probably going to be a little bit more fulfilling for you than going the other direction. So okay. I'm getting the feeling. I'm getting the feeling that it might be a job-related transition.
Oh, okay.
That there is, have you been thinking about changing jobs, or has that been kind of swirling around, or has something been catching your attention and making you stop and think, and you think, I wonder?
Not with work, no.
Okay. Well, they're showing me that there is some kind of a transition coming up. Whether that is a transition within the same company, within the same, like maybe they're showing me it's like what you're doing right now, there's like another direction or another offshoot that you can take. And it's very possible that it's still within the company you're with. It's just a little bit different direction than what you're going right now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else that they want to show me here. So one moment. They're showing me that you have a healing side to you. Do you practice like Reiki or some type of healing modality right now? Or have you been thinking about that?
Yes, I do Reiki.
You do Reiki. Okay.
Yes.
They're showing me that you need to do a lot more with your Reiki business. Are you doing it as a business, or are you just kind of just playing around with it? You know, doing Reiki for friends now. Okay, okay, so they're kind of showing me. So, do you have another job besides Reiki as well?
I'm not working at the moment, but I usually do pet work, taking pets to hospital.
Okay. Because what they're showing me is that you can take your Reiki to there's like a whole nother level that it's almost like you're holding back a little bit on your Reiki. And they're saying that you need to get out there. People need you. People are waiting for you to come. But you need to be able to get out there and put yourself out there. They're showing me that you've been a little bit hesitant to put yourself out there and be that vulnerable person with your business and with Reiki.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
They said
that's
that.
right.
Okay. They're just showing me that you can be so much more with that than what you're allowing yourself to be.
Yes, I work with animals.
Okay. Okay. They're showing me like you and connecting to different people around your community. They're showing me that it's almost like you need to get like a networking group, or you need to find common people who can work with you and kind of pass your name out there. I'm also being shown that your guides are saying, ask for help. Don't do this on your own. Ask for help. Write down what it is that you want your business to look like. And then give it to your guides. Give it to your guides and say, here's my outline for my business. Show me and help me get through this. Because they say you're trying to take this on your own, and they could help you with this.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
They're showing me you have a very, very bright future. I mean, like when I first connected with your guides, it was like this huge explosion. And it wasn't an explosion that's like a devastating explosion. It was like an explosion of bursting out of, connecting and getting out there. 2020 is going to be a really powerful year. And so I'm seeing that, I'm kind of seeing that with you and what's transpiring. And it's like right now, this month, and probably into January, they're showing me is when you need to start looking at your business, start creating what that looks like. Write down how many people am I going to see during the week, and actually start putting them down like on a calendar, like you have those people there signed up, and you say on Saturday from 12 to 1, I'm going to be seeing a customer. I'm going to be seeing a client. And from 3 to 4, I'm going to see another client. So get like a calendar and a schedule, and just have fun with it, play with it. Say, this is where I want my people to come. This is where I want my customers.
Yes, okay, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, it's very high, powerful, exciting energy around you and around the Reiki. And I can see how the animals really, really, they just take to you. I mean, it's like they're butter in your hands. I mean, they just melt. So it's a fantastic, beautiful, beautiful thing. So work with that. Really, really outline what it is you want to see this become. And then call in your guides and your angels and say, here it is on paper. Help me with this. Show me.
Yeah, a little bit like manifesting.
Exactly like manifesting. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, could I ask which guides you spoke with, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Could I ask which guides you spoke with, please?
Ask which
guides you spoke with or connected to.
Oh, which side?
Which guide?
Oh, which guide?
Yes.
You have many of them. Archangel Michael comes really heavily into the forefront.
Yes.
He is really out in the forefront for you. I see other angels around you as well. And
And I see Archangel Azrael around you as well. So, you can call on them, or if there's somebody else, if there's another guide, if there's a loved one that you know of, feel free to call on them. It doesn't have to be Archangel Michael or, anyone like that. But I can feel their presence around you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Is there anything else that I can help you with tonight?
Oh, yes, there is actually. I've applying for a housing allocation. Just wondering how will that go?
So for a new place to live, okay.
For a permanent housing.
So is this a place that you've been looking at for quite some time, or that you've been going back and forth with it for a while?
I've been going back and forth with the application. They just keep sending more and more details that they need.
Okay.
Yes.
They're showing me you haven't found it yet. There's one coming up.
Coming up, though, there is, yes. Is there a length of time, or long or short, or?
So they're showing me that it's coming up soon.
Okay.
Yeah, they're showing me that it's going to be sooner rather than later. The one little caveat I will put on that is that their time frame and our human time frame don't always coincide. But I'm feeling like that it's probably within the next 6 months that something is going to come up. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you are very welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with tonight?
No, I think that was all I wanted to know. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm really being shown that a lot is going to be happening in the next 6 months for you. So it feels very, very exciting. So do a lot of manifesting, a lot of reflection, a lot of writing, and of course, ask your guides for help.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Lynn. Have a wonderful evening.
Yes, you too. Thank you again. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Well, that almost wraps it up here for us tonight. Again, if you want to get a hold of me, you can reach me over at my website at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. I can also be reached on my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or Your Time to Shine. And I have been very lackadaisical about posting any new and exciting things coming up, but I will have some new upcoming classes coming up in the first of the year. And so be on the lookout for that. I'm going to be changing things up a little bit for all of you who have been following me so diligently. And I want to just put a shout out there to those who have reached out to me during these last 6 weeks with encouragement and prayers and all the wonderful, wonderful things that you have all done to support me during this time. And remember, ramblings of gratitude, huge, huge. And don't be afraid to sit down and work with it. And sit down with a friend or a partner and do it, because it's very, very powerful when you do it with somebody else, when you sit down and you have to look them in the eye and talk about these ramblings of gratitude. It can be very, very powerful. So don't be afraid to get out there, raise your vibration, explore all the great things that you are so grateful and thankful for. And as we're going into the holiday season, things are going to get crazy and people could be cranky. But just remember, we're all made of the same fabric. We're all going through something. Be patient with each other, love each other through it, and remember your gratitude, and remember your I can't even say it, ramblings of gratitude. So that is all for me this evening, everyone. Have a wonderful evening, and we will see you again next Thursday night.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johann. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Avid Advice Live on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
I was at the age of 7. So it was my first grade. Yes, that was my first grade. Actually, it was that I felt that I'm kind of different, compare myself with others in a class. I felt that I feel and see things which kind of weird. It was really weird to me because I didn't know to who I have to talk to. What should I say to my teacher? And how can I explain my experience and my connections to, I didn't know at that time what it means. The Holy Spirit, the messages, the things that come to me without I'm asking, or every time when I want to have something, it's just come to me or came to me though at that time. So I do remember I talked to my grandma and I said, I feel that I can hear people, I can see people. Yeah, it was about actually making a decision. It was about that just do something, because every time when someone had some need, believe me or not, they come to me by themselves. I never even knew any of those people, where they are and where I can find them. They came to me, they talked to me out of sudden, and somehow I'm a messenger. And as a messenger, I always have to deliver my message. If I'm not, then I'm getting some punish from God, or somehow some energies come to me and tell me or tell me that, you know, you have to, and you did not. So yes, it came so naturally to me. I never decided for any of those messages. Those messages came very easily and nicely to me, and I always, the only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the messages. Well, I raised with my grandpa and grandma, so I did not know anything about my parents until I was 11 years old. And my mom and my dad got married, and I was just 9 months when they got divorced. Both of them been very young and very mature, as I heard. My dad never been in Iran, because after they divorced, so my dad moved to Italy or in Europe. So, and my grandparents did not even tell me about that I have mom and dad. They just act and also pretend that my mom is my grandma and my dad is my grandpa. My mother is my sister and my uncles is my brothers. So that I heard until I was 11 years old. So I was just around the age of 13 that I started to think about that I need to do something by my own. And of course, my Holy Spirit and God always was behind me, helped me, guided me, and let me know exactly where to go and how to do. So I started a little business by business, and I felt that, oh, now I became a businesswoman. It's like a young 13 and 14 years old lady that is starting to kind of, you know, feel and sense that she has connection to people. She has connection to God. She has connection to the source that she never ever thought that she could ever go there. Like every single business as you could imagine, like computer and other things that I never had any experience of. So yes, I start my real business at the age of 13 and became actually the marketing manager for a big company actually in Iran, in Tehran, as a marketing manager. Yes, I did. Success is you. You are success. Success is everywhere. Success is something that you think and feel and connect into your own abilities. Success is about that you believe in yourself in the first place. Success means that you never let down or let go of anything that you want and wish because someone telling you that you can't. And you know what the most amazing success for me was? When people said, you can't do it, and I did. That means success. I am actually gave me the very nice, beautiful pics of you are, who you are. It just remind me about who I am. And power is also telling me that get in touch and get connect with your abilities, the power and the gift that you have inside, and try to touch it. And every time when I says I am, I remind myself exactly who I am. And power is telling me what type of power and abilities I have that I can receive and give, or give and receive to my audience, to my clients, to my students, and to my followers. You, my students, my audience, my followers, and those that I don't even know, but I'm talking to them daily, maybe 10 times a day. Sometimes I may not know exactly who they are, but when they're calling me, when they meet me, when they cry, and when they feel that I know them for so long, that is exactly the inspiration. And every time when someone calling and says, well, Fiona, things happened. Well, Fiona, because of you, my life getting better. Well, Fiona, thank you so much, you saved my marriage. Well, Fiona, thank you so much, you healed my husband. Well, Fiona, thank you so much for everything you did. That is exactly the inspiration for me to go and do everything that goes from my power, little by little, to make you guys happiest. Well, it's very funny because I'm actually having or had or still a lot of people who is non-believer. And what the funny part was, those who was non-believer, when they was around me, the Holy Spirit and the guidance that come from the add energies is just showing them that they are completely wrong. Things happened that I was with them, messages come from others, so they kind of like being shocked one after each other that, wow, we didn't even believe, we didn't even thought, we couldn't even, you know. So I understand that there is a lot of people that is non-believer, but you know what? This is exactly what I'm telling to people. If you are believing that you are living, that you have blood in your body, that you can move your body from here to the left and go to the right, means that you can feel and sense. And then you get connected to the sense of the energies that you have inside. Then you can feel more and more. As you know that animals can feel and sense before any bad things is going to happen, because they have a very strong sense. It depends. If you are a person that trying to, you know, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind, get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit. If you don't, if you disable those visions, if you disable those beliefs, if you disable that there is nothing as a miracle, everything is all about this, everything is all about that, everything is all about black and everything is all about white, there is not in the middle, what I have to say is completely wrong. Because I could feel and I could see exactly where we stand when it comes to our vision, emotion, feelings, and subconscious mind. If you get close to all of them, you can have and active your psychic abilities and mediumship. If not, it will be gone. So those who don't believe, they may never gonna active or activate the third eyes, the emotion and the vision in their life. So my advice to all of them is about to open up, activate it, believe it until you achieve it. Colors hypno my mind and hypno my vision to what I want to receive as a messages. Sometimes when I have a difficult cases, or I am in a difficult place with client, which I'm trying to help and make them to heal, I am using those colors as a significant fingerprint for myself to receive the messages and to give them the messages. That's why I go to my studio and just like closing and shut the door for maybe half an hour to 3 or 4 hours. I'm using all the colors around, I'm playing with them, and I creating whatever I am waiting or they are waiting to get an answer from me. So yes, when I'm painting, I am not here. If someone screaming at me, talking to me, like my son, many times they come and says, well, Mom, can you do this and that? Well, I couldn't even hear them. So, well, my husband says, well, your phone is ringing, so can you answer? I couldn't even hear that because I'm not here. When I'm paint, I'm not here. I'm somewhere else. And sometimes the way that I'm choosing colors, the shape, the idea is not something that I'm choosing before I go in. So every single of those that I paint here in my house, it has some significant fingerprint of something that has to do with some of my clients, my achievement, or was very touchy. That's why I feel painting for me, or to me, was always like, just do it. It's time. Do you want to receive that messages, or do you want to heal that specific person? Please, just do it. So many people ask me about, like, is it a pentagram? Is this something that, is this not a pentagram? Is it not something that people or others use? Pentagon is my technique. It's my technique in between God, me, and Holy Spirit. In between you, God, and Holy Spirit. In between math and the quantum physics. So it's all about many angles of whatever you want to be and wherever you want to go. They guide me, they tell me, both in a science way and in a very spiritual way. That's why I'm using Pentagon as whatever you want me to ask for. And this is a technique that I can't really teach anyone, because this is something that come through me, gave me the messages, and almost after so many years, I received 99% accuracy for the Pentagon reading. And it's all about your real date of birth, and also is about what you want exactly to know, and what type of messages I can receive, and if there is any warning, anything that you should be aware of, the Pentagon will tell you what to do or not to do. I'm working with all law enforcement, lawyers, police officers. Also, I had a couple of cases where the highest top. So, yeah, I do. There is a lot of mystery questions about mystery murder cases, about questions that why this person is just like missing for 2 months without even have any sort of communication or connection with the family. The lawyers basically had kind of like insurance company cases, example. They want to know that if that specific company telling the truth about what happened or not happened, and through their investigation they're going to figure that, oh no, that's not true, because the only things I'm telling them that there is 2 ways or 3 ways that they are lying. The first is this, the second is this, and the third is that. So it's now up to you where you're going to go and investigate. And also when it comes to missing people, it's always a pleasure to helping missing people or family that who has a lot of pain because their family is not around. So yeah, it's such a pleasure when just like trying to use my abilities and my Pentagon, of course, to see exactly where they are. And if sometimes fortunate, I can tell them that yeah, exactly where they are, but sometimes unfortunate, I have to just find a body for them and then let them to release and relief from that pain. To me, it's all about messages, and it's all about spirit messages. I dreamed again, and in my dream, I saw a very beautiful, gorgeous lady. I couldn't see the face, but I saw the beautiful white hair, long, white, beautiful hair with the white dresses. And when I said dresses, because she wore a couple like dresses through her, it sounds to be that I could see her to transfer from the one place to second place and changing the dress through the white again and again and again and again. And to me it was about like, what is the message is all about, why I dreamed about her. And then I didn't know exactly how and which way. Then I asked again, can you please tell me what is all about? Can you just please tell me why I had you in my dream and who are you? So next day, not, but the second day, I dreamed about her again. And she said, where white became light. I woke up and I felt like, oh my God, what is that? And again, I back to sleep. And she come back again and says, where white became light. And it was exactly when I starting to heal cancer patients. That was exactly when I started to heal animals. That was exactly when I healed, when I got the result as a healer, that how strongly things got exactly what we want. So, and that was a message to me. If you want to heal people, then wear white. And I felt that, okay, maybe it's just a matter of timing when I'm touching them. But then when I ask, I receive the messages and says, no, until you die. You wear white until you die, because it sounds to me that something activated in my mind, in my body, to be a healer, to heal disease that doctor says there is no way to heal. That's why I'm wearing white until I die. Well, my message to singing people is about don't give up, because, and if you guys have any bad experience in the past, that doesn't mean that it's going to continue, because life is just about you, and it's about that how you look at the life and your, passion what you had. So let's say that people come back and say, well, you know what, I've been hurt, I've been raped, I've been abused, I've been this. My advice to all of them is about stop to say I've been is a past. I don't want you to live in the past, because past is past. It's just going to give you more blame and anxieties. And then what you want to do from now on, do you know exactly what you want from the new guy? Because many of those clients that I have, they may say, well, I don't know, I just want a real man. And who's the real man for you? A real man is about to be a very wealthy man but kind of stupid, or a man that has everything. People says, oh, I want to have everything together. What I says, well, lady, everything means everything to you, but you have to be specifically and significantly know exactly what you want from that guy. So for those who are single today and I kind of give up because they don't know exactly what to do and where to go, because there is no man, well, of course there is. And of course you can make it. And of course you can find your twin flame, your soulmate, the man that you are going to be connected for whole life. But it's all about give and receive. For a woman who wants to just receive and be as a receiver, they are not going to go anywhere. Even the man that comes from the Holy Spirit and trying to be a perfect model is not going to make you happy. So you have to first be happy on your own skin before you date anyone. And if you are not happy in your own skin, then please don't date anyone, because you destroy your life and destroy that person's life as well. Be happy in your own skin and then start dating and feel and receive the moment that you want. So the art, exactly as I said, the art of receiving is giving. I love horses a lot. I did from age 10, actually. I would love to follow everywhere, look in every magazines to see, because to me horses was a beautiful, gorgeous spirit. And I felt like the way that they are, their muscles, their beautiful eyes, they hypnote me, like hypnotizing you when you're talking to them. And when I was there for the first time, when I was touching my first horse to see exactly how it's going to be the feelings, it was just like I think I was 13, and I was scared at the beginning because I was a little girl and that the horse was completely tall, muscle, and it's but the only way that I could connect to that horse and feel completely in love with it was his eyes. So from there I could see and feel the eyes of every single horses that I could even see through the magazine, through TV shows and everywhere, that I am connected to them. And believe me or not, it was so cool, because every time when I'm manifesting or want to manifest about something, the first things that come to my mind, that was the beautiful eyes of horses. And specifically the first time that I met my first horse at the age of 13, I always remind about that beautiful eyes. Every single of horses has a significant eyes, which telling you about who you are and what to do to get better. Many of horse owners asking me, well, how can you tell to my horse? Because I told him before in the past, I told her, but they are not listening. But they do listen to you right away, right now, and it's all about connection. So your horse and the way that your horse come to your life, it means a lot. That means something for you. That you are connected to your horse in the past life. That means that this horse may gonna tell you something or some messages that many of those owners doesn't know how to connect with. That's exactly what I'm doing. Many of those horses wants to be famous. They are jumper. They want to win. Their owners would love to win. They have a desire to win. Well, but they want to make sure that the horse exactly understood the fact that what exactly his or her desires is, and that is my role to go hypnotizing horses and telling him and her exactly what to do and not to do to make her happiest or feel healthiest or wealthiest, whatever she or he wants. So that is exactly what I did. At the same time, I heal horses a lot. Horses with the pain, emotional pain, physical pain, and any pains that maybe a doctor couldn't really do anything with them. I could, and I did, and I succeed, and I'm happy for that. That's why I'm very connected to horses. I am strongly connected to their energies, and I can do everything that goes from my power to make them, both horse and horse owners, happiest together and having and fulfill their desires. Okay, the way that you guys can see me or talk to me or find me is in 3 ways. Okay, the first way is Avid Advice. AvidAdvice.com is an online platform that you guys could just call, chat, and ask any questions you guys have. Many of you guys may not living in California, or maybe you are located in Europe. Many of you guys may be in Australia, maybe in another state. So it's kind of very hard for you guys to fly here and just say, well, Fiona, can you just ask this, just answer these questions. So you can call and chat with me anytime and no time. I'm always online 24 hours and 7 days because of all the clients that I have worldwide. Then, they're going to be the shortest, the nicest, and maybe for you, the easiest. And the second is my radio shows, which is people calling and listening to my radio shows for half an hour. But unfortunately, not people can find me easily there because there's tons of people that waiting on the line to trying to have a convo with me. And the third one, which is the best ever one you can think and imagine, is a face-to-face meeting in my wellness center with my team in Corona Del Mar and in Avid Awakening. So we do a lot for you guys. We will do and touch your soul, your body, and your emotion and get you closer to yourself. So that's why I'm receiving a lot of emails after that says, well, Fiona, I would love to see you again. I would love to talk to you again and see your team, because after I went home, I just been somebody else. And of course, this person can come back all the time. So what they are doing, they calling me on Avid Advice after that, and they asking again for other, subject and object what they have in their life, and they want to make sure that if they can make it as a progress. So that is exactly what I'm doing, and that is exactly what I did all my life until now. But of course, Avid Awakening is much better because you are guys going to meet me. We both can exchange energies. We are going to hike, and we are going to see exactly what type of need you have and what we could do to make you happiest, healthiest, wealthiest, and get connected to your own soul. Naturally to me, I never decide for any of those messages. The only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the message.
What was your reading like, Persian Media? a moment with her when she was walking in. She came by our table for water, and it was just like, whew, that's how I felt.
Are you gonna like come back for more? Oh yeah.
You're not even leaving. It was all kind of things I kind of knew. I felt intuitively guided. It's nice to feel her tap into those deeper places and I guess reveal hidden places that I sense and feel, but have her kind of present them.
She said, I'm going to meet a man who's going to come right to me. It's been quite a while, and if that happens, I'm going to be in huge debt to her.
This was a great reading today because it lifts my spirit. Spirits have been depressed for a while because of adverse happenings going on. I'm very pleased about that.
I went to her workshop yesterday and it was awesome. Yes, and I got her book, so I'm excited about that.
Well, this is the only reading I've done, and it's the only reading I would do, and it's because I just know that.
She told me things that I already knew, and then she also told me things that I was surprised with. Like she'd read me, like things I was in denial of. She was actually reading what I was in denial of. So it was wonderful. It really was.
I didn't say a word. She just knew exactly how I felt about it.
You know, she's absolutely right. So it's kind of like you have the answers inside somewhere, and she kind of validated what I was thinking.
If you're a person that trying to, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind, get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Gemma Spirit World with Gemma. Live from GemmaSpiritWorld.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Gemma Spirit World on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, I'm Gemma, your host tonight. How are we all doing? Depending whereabouts in the world you are. Here on the Gold Coast in Australia, it is hot, very hot. We've got like temperatures up to 40 degrees. Some parts of Australia, it is still burning with fires. And yeah, it's a bit hazy outside, it's a bit warm, but you know, summer has hit and so is the festive season leading up to Christmas. So I actually was only just realised as of today that I think for us, it's like, for all of us, it's like 19 days, 19 sleeps, maybe 20, depending whereabouts you are located, until, you know, the big jolly man arrives. So yes, it's lots of excitement in the air. Lots of the shops are busy. Everyone is chaotic. Traffic on the road. The energy, everyone's energy is high. And I guess like what's really important this week is to really listen to your body. Coming into the weekend and as of next week, to really listen to your body. I know that, you know, it's for all of us, you know, we're either finishing work or, you know, about to go on holidays leading up. But yeah, really listen to your body and, you know, rest. And I think eating in moderations as well. So it's something that, you know, I know my spirit remind me constantly that yes, we can have fun, but it's all in moderation, and to really look out for everyone else. So yeah, so that's it's just excitement in the air. So my week has been huge. I have had lots of connections with spirit, connecting them with loved ones, and it's been amazing. It feels like my service with spirit has really stepped up high. Now that I've, you know, I've reached lots of goals recently, but I'm ready to, you know, I'm looking forward to next year. I think it's going to be an exciting year. And my spirit guides and my team that I work with are all very excited to connect. So yeah, so I think probably the most memorable, I guess, for me, readings this week, it would have been something personal to me. I do actually connect. I do see our pets when they pass over, and I had a cat of 17 years. No longer had lived with me, actually decided to live next door in my neighbour's house. And then I moved away, and this lovely neighbour of mine still looked after my cat. So last night in the kitchen, I had my own cat, Raffy, which some of you have met. He was up on the table, but I had another cat, jump out of nowhere onto the table, and my first thought that, you know, it was my cat Passion that had passed away. I didn't know, but I definitely felt in my heart that it was him. He was letting me know that he has crossed over safely into the animal and connected with all my loved ones. So I think probably about 2 hours later, I received a text from my neighbour that my cat had passed away. So, you know, not only do I connect loved ones, I also can connect you with your pets too. And I think it's, you know, our pets are such an important part of our life. They are family to us, and we all share that special bond. Some people, I'm sure, would say they have a more connection with animals than they do with people, and that's okay too. So so all my fur babies are all together, and it's just really nice to know that, you know, it's that he arrived safely. So so that was probably my highlight with all the other spirits that have been around me this week. But the connections with everyone has been beautiful, very healing. Brought a lot of beautiful messages, and especially coming up to Christmas, you know, I'm sure that some of you have lost, you know, loved ones, and this time of the year, it's very important to hold everyone close and to really live in the moment of celebrating every day and enjoying everyone's company. So so that's my huge week. But I'm looking forward to this, seeing if we have any connections yet, but we don't, so I might just keep on talking. So apart from all the loved ones in spirit, my goodness, I've just looking forward to, I guess, my own holiday. I've got them coming up in 2 weeks, but I still will be on like part of A1R Psychic Radio. So yes, I will still be doing my shows, but I'm having a holiday from my work, and it's going to be a great time to spend that with loved ones and friends as well, and just really just taking it easy. I hope that all my spirit guides, my whole spirit team actually go on holidays as well. But I doubt, I'm sure they will be around still bringing true messages for me to connect their loved ones to. So I'm just waiting to see. So apart from that, let me just see what else. I was drawing some cards, and it was interesting because I know I was talking about, really listening to your body around this busy festive season, and really looking out for one another during the community. But yeah, the one card I just wanted to show quickly was listen to your body. So it was very much, needed a message for everyone to really just take it easy over the next few weeks. Alrighty, so we're going to connect with Chelsea in India, USA. Hello, Chelsea. How are you?
I'm doing good, and you?
Very well, thank you. How can I help you tonight?
I just wanted to get a reading about my love life.
Yep. Okay. Wow. Okay. I have this image at the moment in front of me, and I have this image of your heart, around your heart chakra, and it looks like you've had it's been very emotional lately for you. It feels like in the last 6 months has been up and down for you, because what I'm seeing for you is that I've got your beautiful heart, but I can see the tears, I can see the tears falling away. But not only that, when I say that it's been an emotional roller coaster for you, it can be tears of joy as well, not just tears of sadness. So it just feels like it's been up and down in the last 6 months. Can you resonate with what I am seeing at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I'm feeling as well. And I also feel that, in the past you have been hurt dearly by someone very close to you. And I've also see that, do you have 2 children? Because I keep seeing the number 2 around you.
I have 3.
3 children, okay. And does all 3 children live together? Because I'm just wondering why I've seen 2, but it doesn't matter. I don't always get it right. But I keep seeing, do they all live together under the one roof?
What was that?
Do all your children live together underneath the one roof?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so what I've got going on with you, with your love life around your children as well, I feel like you've, because I feel like this new relationship, I feel like the relationship that you're in now isn't all that old, but at the same time, I feel like you have been friends prior to that. Does that resonate?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And it's also, I feel that you're very protective of your children and who you let into their life as well as your own. And I can see that because you've been hurt in the past, that, you're very protective of your babies, and, want to make sure that, everything's, that what you're feeling is correct. Like, I feel the excitement around your heart, but I also feel that, there's, I guess, some unanswered questions. Are there some unanswered questions in your relationship at the moment? But it also feels like in regards to whether your partner at the moment, like whether he has kids to somebody else, does this resonate with you with what I'm seeing?
I was in a relationship for 11 years, and we just recently split up. And I was talking with someone else and kind of developed feelings for them, and still kind of in between, like, which way to go.
Okay, yeah. And I guess, and this happened very quickly for you. It really took you quite by surprise, didn't it, meeting this gentleman at the moment? And but I also feel that, the relationship of, was it 17 years with your last partner, it feels like emotionally you had disconnected, and it feels like it's, for, even maybe half the years, maybe, like even the last 5 years that you have been earning for somebody to love you as much as, the love that you had given to your husband at the time, your ex. So what I'm feeling and seeing for you is that, all the excitement that you're feeling at the moment, it can be quite nervous, but what I'm also seeing is that, just to take one step at a time and really just see where this relationship is going to go without rushing into anything too seriously. But at the same time, you know within yourself if it's right. But I know that just what I keep hearing is that not to rush.
Okay.
I also, and is there like driving distance? 'Cause I keep saying whether the partner with you or with now, is there some driving distance? Or unless I'm seeing that he drives a bit to get to you, like, does he live far by is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, he lives an hour away.
Yeah, because that's why I see there's quite a distance as well. And I feel like that, each day the heart is, it's stronger for this other person in your life. I just see that taking things slowly, but I also see by the next 6 months, I also see a big shift coming into your life, and whether that, that your current loved one moves closer to you.
The current one?
Yes, the new one.
Will move closer to me?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. There seems to be some kind of move, unless you make the move. There seems to be someone moving to live closer, but it feels like it's not going to happen until next year, at least from now until the next 6 months. Yeah. So it feels really exciting, but at the same time, it just, it feels like the traveling can cause a lot of frustration as well.
Wow, that seems spot on.
Yeah, and I can feel that frustration as well. And I know that every morning that you wake up, it's like, it's, you get closer each day, but it sure makes the relationship stronger because of the distance that, of how far your loved one is away.
Wow.
It's exciting times, and it's just to really just keep on. Everything seems to be moving forward with you. Yes, there's always going to be questions, but sometimes if we worry too much about the future, it can cause that anxiety as well. So to really just take each day, each week as gentle as possible with one another, and you definitely, it's definitely going to be worth the wait until that, until the move is closer.
I'm excited about everything that you're saying because it's like what I've been feeling.
Yeah, and I can feel it. I can see it as well, and it feels really good. It's just, I'm really excited for what's to come for you, and it's lots of new beginnings for you both. But the best part is that you've got this solid, beautiful relationship, so solid, and it's, because you are so far away. So it's like, you can't get through the day without thinking about him. He's always in the back of your mind, and vice versa, because I feel the love that he has for you is quite strong as well.
Wow. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Will my ex ever move on?
Yes, of course, because what I see for him is that it's going to take a while for his heart to heal. But at the same time, it's going to be a time for him to find himself. And I feel that over the last 17 years, it feels like he's kind of lost himself a bit on who he is. And that sense of enjoyment that just seems to have disappeared. So when he finds himself, I see that he's going to start embracing new changes and, happiness back into his life. But at the moment, it feels like even in the next, even next year is just going to be as hard as what it is. But at the same time, he knows that it was, the best decision was the breakup, because you've still got, your beautiful children.
Right.
I just see that for him, it's just going to take a lot longer. But I don't see him, I see him moving on, basically. So it's just going to be a matter of time. And, I keep seeing the 9-month mark, but a lot can happen in 9 months, and a lot of change for him, which is great.
Good. I just want him happy.
Yeah, definitely. Know that he gets to see you happy, and, for both of us, for both of you, that's, is what we all want for one another, is to be happy and to be able to find their, their twin soul mate. So it's just a new chapter for everybody, and we're on our own personal journey, and he definitely will be okay. Okay, Chelsea, I'm going to have to end our reading together, and I thank you for our time and connecting with A1R Psychic Radio, and I wish you all the best with your new love and the new beginnings that are to begin, especially next year as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
That's okay, Chelsea. See you later.
All right, bye.
Bye. Okay, we have Tara from Quitman, USA. Sorry about that. Hi, Tara. How are you? Hello, Tara. Do we have her? Let's just see. We'll just wait a few seconds. We may have lost. Yeah, she's not too far away, but until Tara logs on, I keep seeing blue around her, so it'd be interesting to see what kind of communication issues that she has going on with somebody close to her. So this is always, it's everyone logs on, logs off, but I know this connection is still there. I can feel Tara, but I can't hear her yet, so let's just see. So for Tara, let me just see. I might as well just keep on talking in case she looks back at this, but I keep seeing communication is huge for you at the moment with somebody close to you. Whoa, okay, here we go. Tara, hello, how are you?
Hi.
How are you, Tara?
Hello.
Good.
I am doing all right.
Yeah, you're good. When you're offline, I keep seeing the colour blue around you, and I feel like communication to somebody close to you is very important at the moment. Have you got some issues around someone in your life that has to do with some kind of communication problem that's happening at the moment?
Just a moment.
Did you say just a moment, or just, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Okay, I apologize about that. Sorry.
That's okay. Do you have somebody close to you that has some communication issues going on around you at the moment? Yes.
Hello?
And yes, you do have some communication problems with a loved one close to you at the moment. Okay. Let's see who else we have, because we have lost Tara. There definitely was a communication problem between my end. Okay. So I definitely see lots of colours. Sometimes I see get lots of images before somebody logs on. At the moment, I keep seeing trees, so it'd be interesting to see someone that's very close to connecting with nature, or has nature at their back step, at their back door. Let's see. Okay, well, we get somebody online. I know that. Yes, so yes, about that, let's just see what else we can talk about. Okay, so we've got the weekend coming up. I know that we have a new moon. No, not a new moon, full moon actually, next week on the 12th, if you're in Australia. So the full moon is all about tying up loose ends tying up loose ends that you feel like you haven't achieved. There's things that you've been wanting to do, depending on what that is, whether, to really look at whether starting it now is the right decision or until waiting for next year. But it's all about tying off loose ends and also letting go of things that are really weighing you down, especially health. I'm really drawn to the health around December. It just feels like I know that how chaotic and fast Christmas seems to come and go. Everyone seems to get sick, but because everyone's stressed out. So enjoy joy, look after your body. Okay, so we have Annette from Victoria, Hello. British Columbia, Canada. Hello, how are you, lovely?
Awesome, thank you.
Oh, good to see.
Thanks for having me.
It's good to see. It's good to speak to you. And I know that when we were trying to connect to you, at your back door, do you have lots of green around you, lots of trees? Are you close to nature?
Yeah, I do have lots of trees around my house, yes.
Yeah, because when I was because I had no one online and I knew that you were connecting and I was already getting some images and I could see the beautiful nature at your back door. So basically you're surrounded by all these trees and green. So it feels really uplifting and it just feels so good to be able to bring nature indoors as well. And I feel that you're quite, you're more grounded. And, whether you either talk to your plants, but I know that your love for nature is big and it's something that you enjoy every day connecting with.
Oh, thank you. I'm just wondering, I had a son that passed away in 2014.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering what he is doing up in the spirit world. Like, how is he doing and what is he doing?
Yep. So what I have at the moment coming through, I have this gentleman with me, but he's showing me something about his car. Was he into cars at all?
No.
Okay, was his accident anything to do with motorcycle? Pardon?
No, he never had a vehicle.
Okay, and he didn't have any kind of trauma around the head at all?
Yes.
Okay, because that's what I'm getting through. He keeps showing me something about a car, and I keep seeing the driving wheel is what I keep seeing. So that's why I'd asked whether he had some kind of connection with cars. But what I keep seeing, yes?
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, yeah, I keep seeing cars around you, but what I keep seeing is that, the active life that he lived here on Earth with you is that it's quite active over there, because whether he was into adrenaline, really he had high energy, and what he's showing me is that he was not afraid to try new things.
Yes. He was exactly like that, yes.
Yeah, and that's what he's showing me. And so what he did on Earth, he still does over in the spirit world, and he still continues to have those, those adrenaline rush and, and to enjoy life. He lived life to the fullest, and he was quite young, I feel, when he passed, because I can see him. But he's also, I'm very drawn to him trying new things, and he was a risk taker, and to the point that, he had lots of friends around him. But what he keeps showing me is that he keeps bringing to my attention, do you have a bracelet or some kind of bracelet? It may have even been a bracelet of his, but he's really showing something in a jewelry box, but it feels like it goes on the wrist.
Oh, I do have one bracelet.
Yeah. And is there a connection with him regarding this bracelet?
Not really. No, I'm just wondering, like I'm in the process of getting my grandson. I'm just wondering what he would tell me to do. Like what would he want me to have his son live with me? Or would he, like I'm in the process of not knowing where my grandson's going to be. If he's going to be with my father or if he's going to be with me.
Yeah, and everything seems to be up in the air because I keep seeing stairs. Unless where he is, it feels like you have to go to great heights to be able to make that connection happen again. I also feel, are you in contact with him? I feel like more around Christmas time that you will have this connection with him.
Oh, that's what I was told. I was told around December, yes.
Yeah,
that we would be seeing our grandson again.
Yeah, and that's what I keep seeing around Christmas, that you're going to have this beautiful connection again. It feels really soon, and it's just within just a matter of time. And I know that he's very close. You feel really close to him, but he's definitely got his dad. He's looking, over him.
Oh, that's so wonderful to hear. I always wonder, like, what my son's doing and what he's thinking and what does he want for his son? What does he want us to do? Like, does he want his son to live with me? Or does he want his son to live with his dad?
Yeah, it's also what I'm getting is that the connection's strong to join everyone up, and that's why I was showing the bracelet, because it's the shape of a circle to bring everyone together.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I've only got 30 seconds left. Just let me see how long I have with you. I just want to make sure that if I keep talking with you, I don't disconnect. But I know that, it's yours, definitely Christmas time is a celebration for everyone. And I also see that, there's lots of new beginnings next year for you. I'm very drawn to, I keep seeing lots of, whether your son, you've got lots of clothes.
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello everyone, this is Fiona, Virgin Medium I Am Power, and of course you are guys listening to A1R, and tonight is Avid Show with Psychic Bella Love. Hello Bella, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic, sweetheart. How was your day so far? Sounds like you've been busy. For those who actually gave us feedback, we would love